to feel off. Balance again, but being in a swarm of ghosts. Be precise. His sonic short sword swung through a spirit. When the blade passed through it, Richter felt a resistance similar to pushing through thick spiderwebs. The ghost wailed in pain. Richter swung his short sword, freezing through another, earning a second ghastly cry of agony. He stood in the center of the group, moving both swords as quickly as he could, putting on a better show than the Benihana World Series of Ginsu. Anyone who doubted that was thrilling hadn't watched ESPN. The morning, one spirit attempted to flee his attack, but Alma appeared, still glowing gold, and she dove through the spirit, claws extended. It fell back towards Richter with a cry, and he plunged both swords upward into its body. The ghost faded to non-existence. The moments of respite had allowed Sion to nock another arrow and imbue it. The magical attack flashed forward and struck a spirit. Immediately afterwards, 2 more blue streaks struck the same ghost, and it dissipated into the true death. Richter's heart cheered even as he continued to lay into every spirit he could reach. The sprites guarding the quickening had joined the fight. Despite the efforts of Richter and the sprites, the real showstopper was Samiko. Terad had engaged several spirits with his enchanted blade to give the Life Master the chance to cast her spells. He bled from several places, but still was able to aggro most of the spirit. A few had flown past the captain to attack Samiko directly, but they were foiled by the bright golden sphere of protective magic she had erected. The spirits moaned and wailed in frustration, but she didn't even waste time gloating at them. Instead, she finished a 3rd spell. A golden disc appeared above her head, horizontal to the ground. A raucous cry filled the air as more than 20 large birds flew through the portal and into the meadow. The birds looked similar to hawks, but each had a wingspan of 3 to 4 feet. Their feathers were pure white, but when they opened their mouths, gold light welled up, like seeing magma at the bottom of the trench. Some of the birds attacked the spirits that were near the Life Master, but the rest flew after the spirits that had left the immediate combat area. The life creatures worked in tandem, flocking around one spirit at a time. Their mastery of the air was obvious as they evaded every counterattack. In turn, wherever the birds, talons, or beaks appeared in spirits' bodies until they faded away. Behind, the battle was almost done when Richter heard a scream of rage. His head turned to the right and he saw Krista advancing on Bion. There was no sign of Jorgen's spirit. The gnome quickly wove his hands, and a cylinder of purple-black light sprung up around him. The spirit girl shoved, both hands forward, talons out. The shield began buckling immediately. Bion cried out and placed his hand forward, feeding more mana into the shield, but her clawed fingers kept creeping closer. Richter started running. The booms from imbued arrows continued to echo against the other, spirits, but Richter's attention remained on the death mage. Bion fell too. One knee and a line of blood traced out of his nose. There was a silent explosion, and the cylinder collapsed. Richter felt a faint splash of energy wash over him. Bion dropped to the ground bonelessly, overcome by the spell feedback. Krista loomed over the death mage, hand raised to slash out his throat. Only Richter's throne blade saved the gnome's life. Krista screamed in rage as his weapon passed through her insubstantial body. The magic of the blade harmed her, and she turned her ire on the chaos seed. The ghost flew towards Richter, both stumps of her, legs trailing slightly behind the rest of her ethereal body, outstretched. He shouted back at her and kept running. One hand wove into a spell form. A brief 1-second cast was all he had time for. Watot, so to speak. Krista swiped at him, but his life, Magician's chest plate, stopped the blow. He swung his short sword in the form of the lady's fan. Opens. The defensive move forced the ghost back, and Richter flowed into the next forest wind. His blade swung across at shoulder height, the tip swiping through the young girl's spirit. Richter's free hand contorted into the specific configuration. Another spell. Red light surrounded his hand, and flames shot forward. The fire bathed Krista's form, doing further damage. The ghost shrieked, and flew directly up into the air and over Richter's head. He tracked her as best he could, but lost sight when she flew in front of the sun. The chaos seed squinted, trying to see her, but then was hit directly in the chest by the quick ghost. He fell back, his fire spell ending. His sword. Richter raised it defensively from his prone position, vainly, hoping to ward off the dangerous spirit. He needn't have worried. Before Krista could strike again, Alma launched an attack of her own. The dragonling clawed at the spirit's face. While normally this attack would do nothing, the magic from her life's spell still made her body a living weapon. Krista cursed and swiped at Alma, driving the familiar back, but the damage was done. Richter had been able to recover. He rose and smoothly extended his sword up and out, executing a near-flawless crane's neck. His sonic short sword penetrated the spirit's body, and with a final wail, the ghost fell to dust. Richter looked around, panting, and saw that all of the spirits had been dispatched. Even Sumiko's summoned birds were flying back. Her cadre of young healers were right behind them. Richter nodded in approval. He wasn't sure how proficient they were at life, magic, but they were well trained. The group had followed Sumiko's orders without hesitation, and now that the danger had passed, however they could, the ones in the front of the pack were even running. He moved over to Beyond's motionless body and cast Weak Slow. The gnome didn't wake up or show any change. Richter bent down and was about to pry one of the Mage's eyes open when he felt a hard poke in his back. Move out. Move out of the way. I hope you now see what happens when you play with dead things. Richter looked back to see Sumiko's furious expression behind him. He decided it might be a good idea to get out of the way. The older sprite cast a spell and Beyond's body glowed gold. After a moment, Harem said, "He is merely stunned. That does not change the fact that this should never have happened. You were lucky that I was here. How could you make such a stupid mistake? What were you thinking, bringing such horrible creatures into the village? Your people could have been killed." "I was only trying to help," Richter said quietly. It wasn't a protest, because he knew she was right. "I brought these bones here so that you could lay their spirits to rest. I was trying to do something good. There is no question that I am responsible for this. But outside of that, how can you help me to avoid making a stupid mistake like this in the future?" Sumiko glared at him, but then said, "You are right, Lord Richter. Should have tested the remains myself as soon as I saw them. I knew that they were anchors for the spirits, but I did not know they were also conduits. The spirits could use to re-enter this plane. I won't make that mistake." Again, she gazed at him intently, "And neither will you." The life mage placed one hand on Richter's head and another on his heart. Energy flowed into him, and he knew. "Congratulations. You have learned the spell. Weak. Detect hostile intent. Casting this spell will reveal if any creatures within 10 yards have an active, deadly intent towards you. This is a spell of life. Level 8. Cost 38. Mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 15 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown NA. Though it had happened several times before, the sudden explosion of knowledge still filled Richter with awe. He wasted no time casting the spell. His fingers contorted into a specific configuration, golden light, suffusing them. He finished the spell and looked around. Everything looked the same except for the bones, which now had a sinister red glow. "The bones are still glowing," he exclaimed. He rushed over to pick up his thrown sword and then rushed towards the remains with a blade in each hand. "Stop," Sumiko commanded. Her voice was like a whip. Richter briefly wondered if she was related to Mama. Somehow. "You can break those bones to pieces, and it would most likely work to destroy their bond too. This plane, or you can just let me put them to rest as I intended." "Those things tried to kill us," Richter protested. "Yes, because they were corrupted by evil, torment, and her face. Twisted eldritch magic." Richter looked at her in confusion. Sumiko looked back sternly. Her gaze shifted to be unconscious form, and then back to Richter. She leaned in and spoke softly. as if not wanting to be overheard. Death magic has a high likelihood corrupting the user, in my experience. But, I admit, it is not evil. Life and death need each other. Eldritch magic is something else entirely. It is not one of the basic elements. It is a parasitical magic that only manifests by corrupting something else. The green flames that the girl spirit-controlled were clearly born of this foul energy. Be careful and do not let the gnomes stray from his element. Death, magi may be foolish, selfish, but they are nothing compared to a practitioner of the Eldritch. Richter's face became more and more concerned as she spoke. The neon green color of the magic she had just seen was the same as the magic used by the undead mage. Richter had felt reservations about attacking Death Mage in his own lair before this conversation. According to Sumiko, though, he would be attacking a user of an even more dangerous magic. Sumiko continued, "Let me return to my work. I will separate the souls bound to the bones from all concerns of this plane, including the wrong that has been done to them. They will have at least a chance to find peace. This story can still end well." She started to turn away, but then looked him in the face again, her expression fierce. "You were an absolute Goatee to bring them here without properly assessing the danger. Let me be absolutely clear on that point. Your foolishness stemmed from a good sentiment, however. Look to your friend, the Death Magelling. He is waking. The ghostly manifestations of the spirits will not be able to coalesce again before I am done cleansing the bones. Believe me, the danger has passed for now." Richter looked at her, his nerves still frayed from the battle. He took a deep breath, though, and tried to let the tension go. "Sumiko, I don't know what I would do without you. Thank you for winning us this battle. And even more, thank you for your wise counsel." Sumiko harumphed. "That is the first smart thing you have said all day. As for what you would do without me, you would most likely die. Horribly. Everyone would sicken, and the smell of this place would be enough to kill an ogre. I won't even get started on." The life mage kept up a running monologue as she walked away. Richter smiled, knowing that if she was happy enough to scold him like that, then everything was okay between the two of them. He did as she suggested and walked over to Bayon. The gnome had propped himself up on his elbows and was blearily looking around. Richter reached down and extended his arm. After a few seconds, the death mage oriented on his hand and reached out with his own. Richter pulled him up. "Are you all right?" he asked. Bayon blinked a few more times. "I will be fine. I am merely dizzy." Bayon seemed to remember something all of a sudden. He whipped his head around, then grabbed it with a groan. After a few moments, he reopened his eyes, and looked around more slowly. When his eyes fell upon the knight's body, he grinned and jumped free of Rick's supporting arm. Of course, he immediately fell down again, groaning anew. Shaking his head, Richter helped him up again. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Bion looked at him with a smile, his eyes showing both pain. Joy, it worked. Richter asked slowly. Bion's face grew slightly pensive. Remember, my lord, I was only following your orders. What orders? Richter asked, with a touch of warning in his voice. You told me, do what you can. I did not have any spells that could fight the spirits. All I could do was remove one spirit and hopefully create a fighter to distract the rest. So you claimed the Dekaima Knight. Richter finished resignedly. I claimed the Dekaima Knight, Bayon echoed excitedly. Stand up. Richter looked at the gnome, prepared to ask who the small man thought he was talking to, but then Naked Knight's body stood. It had fallen in a heap when the mist worker holding it had been ripped apart. It just stood there, staring off into space. The awareness that had been in its eyes before was gone. Are you in control of it? Richter asked. What happened to Jorgen's spirit? I am in absolute control, Lord Richter, Bayon said confidently, and Jorgen's spirit is gone. The second statement was said with a bit less confidence. You're sure? Richter asked. Bayon looked at him, pursed his lips slightly, then said, Richter had had enough. All right. Command this thing to take orders from me. Then you. Then Sion. That order. Do it now and be clear that this order can never be revoked. But, my lord. Now, Richter said. There was steel in his gaze as he spoke. The stress of the ghostly attack, the guilt over once again, into his village and the frustration of feeling circumvented by Bia, threatened to spill over. It might have been his imagination, but it almost felt like the new walls in his mind that had appeared when he had gained his self-awareness skill were being assaulted. I am the lord of these lands. I value you, Bayon, but I will not allow you to take liberties with the safety of your fellow villagers. I will not allow for this undead thing to harm anyone if you are nowhere to be found. I have fought it once. I will not be surprised by an attack from it again. I will see it hacked to pieces and burnt. Now, before the sun has moved another inch across the sky first. His voice never rose in volume, but his grip tightened on his swords, and the point of his freeze blade rose slightly. Now do as I command. Beyond's face took on a slightly shocked look. Richter's speech he was simply listening quietly. It was clear to the gnome that he was hearing the Lord of the Mist Village, not the often humorous man that walked about in his skin. No one else spoke until Bayan stepped forward and offered his hand. Richter looked at him for a long moment, but then drove the blade of one of his swords into the ground. He reached forward, and the two men clasped wrists. "It will be as you command, my lord," Bayan said. "You are the lord of these lands, and I am happy to have given you my allegiance." Richter nodded. "Thank you, Bayan. I value your service." Not wasting any more time, Bayan beckoned the knight closer, stated simply that Richter was the undeed's true master, instructions before anyone else's. After that, Richter asked the undead, indicate its master, and it pointed to the chaos seed. Bayan then gave the others authority over the undead knight, as he had been instructed. Finally, he stated that the orders given could never be changed, unless commanded it. "Thank you," Richter said, placing his hand on the gnome's shoulder. "Believe me when I tell you, I plan for all of us to grow in strength." Bayan nodded. "If that thing is going to fight for us, it should be properly outfitted." So saying, he removed the knight's armor from his bag, except for one gauntlet to be sacrificed to the forge. He didn't give it a weapon, though. No reason for it to be armed if it didn't have to be. Any irritation or bad feelings Bayan might have had about Richter laying down the law seemed to disappear when he saw that his lord going to trick out his new ride. Richter told him to have Crom fix any damage in the armor, then left the gnome to it. Richter had prompts to read. Chapter 22. Day 112. Cubone 2. You have trapped the soul of a tortured spirit. Soul level common. By 5. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 4 in dual wield. Base. Accuracy. Penalty in primary hand. Reduced to 22%. Attack. Speed increased by 1%. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 10 in War Leader. 1%. Effective distance. 1% attack and defense for all allies within sphere of influence. You have received 1,250 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill War Leader. Congratulations. You have advanced from novice to initiate in War Leader. Maximum party size increased to 10. You may now have 2 other war leaders create their own war parties under your command. These war leaders must be of a lesser skill rank than you. Your sphere of influence is increased from 50 to 100 yards. New badges are available for purchase. New skilled positions are available. Field advancements are now possible. For heroic effort, plus 200 to fighting spirit. You can now access the real time numbers for the health, mana, and stamina of everyone in your war. Party. Congratulations. Your war party survived an attack from a numerically superior force. For facing and defeating a force 10 times larger than your own, your party has been awarded the promotion. Overwhelming odds. +10 to fighting spirit. Congratulations. Your war party survived an attack from a new superior force. For facing and defeating a force 20 times larger than your own, your party has been awarded the promotion. Overwhelming odds 2 plus 22 fighting plus fighting spirit for your war party has increased from +280 100 champion +80 captain of the guard fighting inside of the domain of Mist Village 2 +5 Woot. He had progressed to the next rank in war leader. If he was reading these prompts correctly, it looked like he had just become exponentially more badass. Despite his elation, the last prompt gave him pause. Richter looked at Sion. Hey, bud, are you feeling any more violent than before? Sion looked up with a concerned expression. I thought I was imagining things. He slowly opened and closed his fists. I have been wanting to destroy something, to bash something in. It started as soon as I looked at your ugly face. Sion gave an evil chuckle and turned away, shaking his head at his friend's stupidity. Fucking Toy Story reject, Richter muttered. He didn't let his friends, so not funny comments bother him. It was good news that the increase in fighting spirit didn't make everyone in his war party homicidal madmen. Still, he didn't quite understand the significance of it. He remembered that the morale of the village could affect it. He also remembered seeing mention of it being decreased when he had killed enemy champion. Richter still needed more info. He focused upon the icon for his war party. It hovered along the corner of his vision. A translucent window appeared to cover his visual field. After scanning it for a moment, the form of a capital F, choosing it, brought him the information. Sort. A number line appeared in the window, looking much the same as the slider he had seen before for loyalty, morale, and health on his city. Screen. This had different names and values. A quick count showed a total of 11 ranks for fighting spirit. There were 5 positives, 1 neutral, and 5 negative ranks. The progression was broken, spirit, panicked, frightened, unnerved, disheartened, violent, ruthless, savage, and bloodlust. His war party had been fighting at the first positive rank, aggressive. That had apparently given plus 10% to damage. Each higher rank in FS increased the damage and also made it less likely for his troops to run away or be susceptible to fear. There was no mention of whether this damage was limited only to melee, magical, ranged, so he would just have to wait and see. But Richter kept his fingers crossed. The bonus was universal. He still wasn't exactly sure what it meant to be a champion, but he let that particular bone go unchewed. There were more awesome prompts to read. You have completed your first challenge. Leave no man behind. You survived a total of 5 battles with common soul enemies, or higher, losing a single party member. Reward: 30 war points. Total war points: 316. You have unlocked a challenge. Leave no man behind. Survive a total of 10 battles with common soul enemies, or higher, without losing a single party member. Fail condition: adding new party member. Death of a party member. Reward: know this. War points are awarded based upon the soul level of slain enemies. For slaying 107 tortured spirits, you have been awarded 428 war points. Total war points: 744. Double woot. He had hundreds of war points to spend. His fingers tingled as he mentally accessed the badges that were now available. Daddy was going to do some shopping. Badge cost description: Melee. Attack I-10. 5% to melee attacks. Melee defense. I-10. 5% to melee defense. Ranged attack. I-10. Ranged attacks. Range defense. 10 plus 5% to ranged defense. Magical attack. I-10. 5% to magical attacks. Must specify spell school upon acquisition. May only choose spell school used during battle leading a war party. Magical attack. 2. 20 plus 5% to magical attacks. Must specify spell school upon acquisition. May only choose spell school used during battle leading a war party. Magical defense. 10 plus 5% to magical defense. Must specify spell school upon acquisition. May only choose spell school used during battle leading a war party. Skilled positions. 102. Unlock. Each available positions. Tankai. Plus 10% more likely to aggro. 5% defense. Scout Eye. Plus 10% to stealth. Can assign. Enemies will appear as red glow. Party members. Scout position works outside sphere of influence. Healer Eye. Plus 10% to healing spells. First, aid and other healing efforts. Lead by example. I 150 as war leader. You may adopt the benefits of a skilled position in addition to whomever you assigned. Purchasing this badge will only apply to skilled positions unlocked. at the initiate rank of the war leader skill. Movement. Speed I. 20 plus 10%. Movement speed. Must specify terrain type upon acquisition. May only choose terrain type that the war party has travelled on. Favoured enemy, i.e. 20. Fighting a favoured enemy. Must specify enemy acquisition. May only choose enemies which have been fought while leading a war party. Only one favoured enemy per war. Party formation. Trainer 155% experience earned for war party. Members. Power level 125. 10% of the experience earned by the entire war party can be channeled to a specific member. Experience recipient must be within sphere of influence. The sphere of influence I. 100 increase range of sphere of influence by 100%. Is there such a thing as a triple woot? Richter asked himself. His gaze immediately went to the skilled positions. In recent battles, one of the biggest problems was that his weaker members had been swarmed with the same frequency as those with greater defense. They had been able to ameliorate that with tactics and rudimentary battle formations, but it still left his casters vulnerable. With no hesitation, he purchased tank. He knew a certain sergeant of the guard that would benefit from this. Almost as if by magic, Richter saw Futon floating back up. Behind him ran Calder and dozens of guards. He called out to Terrad to go meet them. The captain rushed forward to assure the guards that the threat was indeed over. Calder just nodded with sweat running down his face. Clearly, still ready to fight, if it was required. Plenty of the guards looked ready to fall over, though after having run in their armor for a few miles. One even vomited when he stopped running. Frowning, Richter made a mental note to tell Calder to increase the calisthenics the guards were undergoing each day. If their stamina was that weak, they would be butchered in a stand-up fight against the bugbears. Seeing that his mana had refilled, he summoned for mist workers and sent them to help Sumiko. Also allocated his mana region to start paying the cost to unlock the next level of the sonic enchantment. Once his pool reached 500 points, then he turned his attention back to the badges. The interface had changed slightly. The other skilled positions each still cost 100 each. A new badge had appeared now for Tank 2. The cost to upgrade the position was only 50 points. Richter was surprised at first that it was so low, but then supposed it made sense that unlocking the position would cost more than merely improving it. Level to increased aggro and defense to 20% and 10% respectively. Did something else. Whoever took the position of tank now had a sphere of influence that increased the defense of any allies in it by 5%. He paid the 50 war points with a smile, and the interface changed. Again, now showing Tank 3. Almost everything was grayed out on the new badge though, and the only thing that Richter could see was a small message saying that he could not upgrade to Tank 3 until he increased his war leader rank. Richter turned his attention to the other positions. After seeing how useful the second level of tank was, he wasted no time, purchasing the other 2 skill positions as well, each grayed out at level 3. His smile deepened when he saw that scout. 2 came with a wonderful boost. Not only did the stealth bonus increase to 20%, but the assigned target function came with a weak version of Analyze. Each assigned enemy would show its level to the whole party. Richter could see how strategically this information could be clutch. It would let them take out weak outlier units before battle, and let them take out high level enemies quickly once battle was joined. Healer to increased healing by 20% and decrease the mana cost of healing spells. The next purchase was a no-brainer. He paid 150 points and bought Led by Example. He was fairly certain of who would fill each position. Scion would scout, Calder would tank. Indeed, come with them to raid through the dark portal. Obviously be the healer. Otherwise, Crom would fill the role. With his latest purchase, though, Richter could now double in any of those roles. He had been right. He had become more badass. So far he had spent 600 war points, leaving him another 144 to play with. He looked over the available badges, again trying to decide what the best option was. Increasing attack and defense was always a good idea, but it seemed like an immediate satisfaction rather than a long-term yield. What his eyes were drawn to was Power Level 1. Every day, Ros 1 and dozens of others were working to build Village into something amazing. Richter still believed that the key to the village's future success was to build his people into something amazing. Well, he could envision a society of professionals. The morale and loyalty of the village was already high enough. Fairly certain everyone would choose to stay after their 1-year contract was up. That just left leveling them. Unfortunately, the fastest way to level someone was also the most dangerous combat. He needed to get his people to level 10, so they had the chance to get a non-combat profession, especially those that already had a journeyman rank in an appropriate skill. Luckily, the mere fact that they had become journeymen meant that they had also gotten 20,000 experience points from reaching skill level 40, seeing as how it only took 45,000 XP to advance to character level 10. Journeyman should already be most of the way there. He just needed to get them across the finish line. This new badge could make that a lot easier, by letting him channel a portion of the war party's experience to a non-combatant. He purchased Power Level 1. 25 points were deducted from his war point pool, and the opportunity to buy Power Level 2 appeared. This next badge cost 50 war points but increased the experience allocation to 20%. He could also now divide the allocated experience to more than one person, perhaps most. Interesting. Power level 2 allowed the recipients of the allocated experience to be further away from the fighting and still get experience. Specifically, twice the distance defined by his sphere of influence. Obviously, the problem with taking non-combatants into combat was that they could, in fact, be drawn into combat, allowing them to hang further back could greatly increase their safety. He purchased the badge. Power. Level 3 appeared, and unlike the skilled positions, this badge was not grayed out. It did cost 100 war points though. After his shopping spree, he only had 69 points left. That also, unfortunately, made Sphere of Influence I too expensive, which would have been an indirect way to increase the distance the non-combatants could have been from the action. He decided to look at what else was available. The other badges could all be useful, but the two that were truly tempting were the ones that increased movement speed and increased earned experience. Trainer Icos. Too much though. He decided to increase his movement speed. Richter focused on movement speed the first. Several options appeared. Forest and underground. Once again, it seemed that he could only choose from terrains. His war party had been exposed to the grasslands of Eve. Were not an option. For instance, Richter purchased the first forest upgrade and then purchased the next. Now 60 war points poorer. He only had 9 points left. The next level of the forest upgrade cost 60 points, so he decided to save the rest. Richter was more than happy with his group now, being able to move 20% faster through the forest. After seeing how useful the war points could be, he resolved to earn more ASAP. The best way to do that was to kill as many dangerous creatures as he could. Richter recalled his guilt over killing the saber bear, but quickly shut it out of his mind. He needed to get stronger, and he needed to make his lands safe. Everything else was secondary. He wanted to test the new upgrades out now, but they wouldn't go into effect until he had reformed his war party. That was something he couldn't do until tomorrow. Richter looked over and saw that most of the skeletons had been reassembled. It was time to plan for the night. He sent a mental call to the remnant floated over. Yes, my lord. Go tell the cooks that tonight is a special occasion. The tables should be brought up and arranged in front of the quickening. There will be a wonderful surprise. I want every man, woman, and child here until it happens. Tonight, we will laugh, sing, eat, and rejoice. It shall be as you command. My Lord Futan said as he floated away. Richter looked around. Despite the possible tragedy that could have occurred with the ghost attack, Everything had worked out. He had no illusions as to why it had worked out. They had been lucky to have a master of life magic present at the time of the attack. Still, a win. Everything looked like it was well in hand. Terod had been the only one to be injured, and even those were minor and easily healed. Sumiko was already blessing the bones, and it looked like she was more than half done. Sion was collecting something from the ashen remains of each of the ghosts, and Bayan was putting the armor on the knight. Richter chuckled slightly. Bayan, stop. I didn't mean for you to try to put the armor on right. Now, how is Crom supposed to fix the armor if you put it on the knight? The gnome looked at Richter sheepishly. The death mage had managed to affix a piece of the greaves to the knight's arm. Richter waved him over, after seeing Beyond's excitement over claiming the Dekama knight. He'd had a thought. With you grinding to improve your death magic, really have time to do the alchemy quest. Even if you win, are you still prepared to do what is required to run the cauldron? Bayan took a deep breath and sighed. I have thought of that, Lord. Richter, I agree that I cannot devote myself to both. So does that mean you are withdrawing from the quest? Richter asked. An evil smirk worked its way onto the gnome's face. I thought that maybe I would let Tabia keep working and announce my withdrawal right before the deadline. After all, she is there almost constantly. I even saw her wife yell at her for being gone too much. It would be a shame to ruin that. Richter laughed. That's kind of fucked up, man, but also kinda funny. Your quest is your quest, but it may take years to level your death magic. Paja death. I need your alchemy skill now. More specifically, I need you to be a professed alchemist. Once you are, I don't care if you spend talent points in alchemy or hoard them until you become a professed mage, but I don't want you to waste levels of potential points. What this all means is that you will work in the cauldron and you will work under Tabia. I don't want to hear any bitching and moaning. You can have your fun now, but I need you to do your best to work under her for the good of the village. Bayan looked like he was going to argue. Say, I could also always tell Tabia that you don't plan on competing. Or, better yet, I could tell her wife, Mimi, that you are planning to toy with her. How's your, I feel? The gnome blanched and winced. Bayan took a deep breath and let out a long-suffering sigh. As you say, my lord, I will work under her direction, Great Richter said with a smile. Does that mean you're ready to go for your trial? Bayan thought about it and said, I suppose I am. Right after the death mage never finished his statement. A black disc appeared in the meadow to the startled oaths of everyone present. Before anyone could run. A giant black hand reached out. It pulled him back through the disc, and it disappeared. "What the fuck?" Richter shouted. "Did you see that?" Sion nodded. "The same thing that happened to you." "That's what happened to me," Richter shouted. Sion nodded. "Pretty much." "And that didn't worry you?" "That was a giant fucking hand. Incidentally, I'm pretty sure that hand is attached to a sadistic giant." "So, thanks for all the concern, guys." Sion fefted. "You made it back okay? Quit complaining." Richter's nostrils flared. He was about to let loose on a sprite. His companion was already walking away. Everyone else wisely avoided eye contact. Richter looked around, incensed, and then shouted into the air. "You can't just take people like that, Nexus. I need him here. You couldn't have waited." Another black disc appeared. This one was right in front of Richter's face and was only a foot across. A human-sized black hand shot out. Despite the fact that it was smaller, Richter still felt a thrill of fear, wondering if the otherworldly being was going to punish him for his insolence. The hand stopped just shy of touching him, though, and after a moment's pause, it turned to show him its backside, then it flipped him off. The hand disappeared back into the black disc to the sound of mocking laughter, and Richter was left fuming and looking into thin air. Chapter 23, Day 112, Kuban 2. Happily, the Dekaima night remained calm after Bayong was taken. To his trial, Richter had stared at it for a moment, with a hand on his sword. Hilt, but it just stood there. Not knowing what else to do, he ordered it to just sit down on the ground. For some reason, it made him feel better to do that. Sumiko called out that she was finished. The mist workers had dug the grave large enough to accommodate all of the remains. Richter helped to lay the skeletons in one by one. The process went quickly with so many mist workers and people available to help. Soon only a patch of bare earth marked the grave and the site of the ghostly battle. Everyone walked away. Richter even sent Tered to escort the Dekaima knight to the forge. The undead carried its own armor, he told the captain that until Bayon returned, he could use the knight as he saw fit. The mist workers were sent along with Futon, with instructions to divide. Then between helping the cooks set up for the feast and for Roswan to use as he saw fit. Sion had said that he had to get back to the dragons. Cauldron, and for Richter to meet him when he was done. The Chaos Seed had thanked the sprite guards who'd already gone back to guard. Quickening. After a few minutes, Richter was left alone. He just stood there for a moment, keeping vigil over the new grave. After a few minutes, he realized that the quest icon in the corner of his vision was blinking. You have completed a quest. Proper rest. The slain people of Yorgans. village were horribly corrupted by countless years of torture. It twisted them into malevolent spirits. By the strength of your arm, they have been defeated. Through the ministrations of your life, Master, they have finally been put to rest. You have fulfilled the optional condition of this quest. Reward: 10,625 experience. Optional reward: a call for aid. Richter furrowed his brow. A call for aid. Aid from whom? No sooner than had the thought crossed his mind, figure appeared over the graves. His body immediately tensed, and he unsheathed his swords. He couldn't believe this shit was starting up again. He cast weak detect hostile intent that he couldn't see yet. Richter had already crossed half the distance to the ghost running on a new grave when he stopped. Surprisingly, the ghostly figure wasn't glowing red. He kept his swords up and at the ready, but took a moment to examine the ghost. It was Krista. Unlike before, however, the girl's body was whole. She stood upon the graves, both legs intact. She wore her slip, and there was no evidence of the damage the monsters had done. Her face was also peaceful, though touched with sorrow. Her fingers were no longer claws. They were only the small hands of a child. What made him feel better overall, though, was her color. Gone was the neon green of eldritch magic. Instead, her clothes and body were the pristine white of fresh snow. Krista's spirit stood unmoving and looked at him. She made no move to defend herself from his impending attack. Hoping he wouldn't regret it, he sheathed both swords. They both stood there silently. After a few moments, Krista started walking forward. When she was within a few feet of him, she stopped and raised one hand. Her fingers moved into an easy roll. It was not a spell form. To Richter, it looked more like the sleight of hand illusionists on Earth would use. Magic or not, she was suddenly holding a white coin. The dead girl looked at Richter's hand intently. He raised it. Palm out. She placed the ghostly coin in it and let go. When she broke contact, the coin gained substance, real and tangible in his plane. Krista then stared right into his eyes. They made a psychic connection. Richter started to panic, but she did not approach his mental defenses. Instead, communicated her yearning to cross over to her next destination. But he could also feel her residual anger at the abuse she had endured. Sumiko had said she would make it possible for the spirits to be free from the concerns of this world, but they had decided to stay. It was with a bit of shock that Richter realized that Krista was telling him that she and the other spirits of the victims were keeping themselves in limbo to offer their aid. Her message conveyed, Krista took a step back and waved goodbye, disappearing completely. He examined the coin. You have found Krista's summoning coin. Durability 1/1. Item class Rare. Weight 0.0 kilograms. Traits. This coin is made of Krista's essence. Using this will allow you to call for her aid. One time. This is a one-time use item, and it will disappear within 1 month. This item cannot be damaged. Mundane means you have been received a quest, proper rest too. The spirits of the sacrificial victims have decided to put off their well-deserved rest, revenge against the eldritch magic user who tortured them. You have one. Month to use her aid. Help them to destroy the creature which tormented them for so long by accepting Krista's coin. You have accepted the quest. Reward unknown. Richter put the coin in his bag. He looked around just to be sure. No, more ghosts were going to pop up, but thankfully everything stayed quiet and copacetic. It was a relief. He'd had enough ghosts for the moment. Turned away from the grave and started walking back towards the cauldron. Scion had told him to come by before he left. Richter started jogging. The sun was high overhead, and large, fluffy clouds drifted overhead. A barely audible buzz of insects surrounded him, and tufts of grass seed drifted up with each step. The thigh-high lawn made him sneeze. A thought occurred to the master of the Mist Village that made him stop. He looked critically at the lawn and then extended his hand and summoned for mist workers. The level 6 workers listened to him, and soon they had scythes at the end of the arms and were cutting the grass down to a more manageable level. He made sure to specify that they only cut grass. The last thing he needed was his summoned creatures chopping at the quickening. Suddenly, he'd find himself in a war with the sprites. That would probably end with Hisako smacking him in the back of the head, calling him Guioti. Richter watched them work for a few moments and then kept moving. The blades the workers could manifest were relatively dull. They were still getting the job done. He made a mental note to have Crom forge some scythe blades, or maybe even some of the twisted blades. Could try to make an old-school rotary mower. A faint smile graced his face, as he wondered if the one thing he would be remembered for millennia from now was discovering a good way to keep a manicured lawn. Yup. Was a regular Tesla. Richter crossed the final distance to the cauldron and walked. Inside, Tabia was working at one of the stations, monitoring a series of bubbling glass beakers. The high elf was shaking her head slightly as she stared at the color of a particular liquid. Scion was standing at the central cauldron. Richter watched while the blue liquid in the cauldron rose into the air and filled a set of vials the sprite was holding. Richter cleared his throat and Scion waved him over. Perfect timing, while you were out bringing an army of ghosts. Back to the village. I was doing something useful. Richter rolled his eyes, and Scion smirked. Specifically, I was working on a few potions. This last batch just finished brewing. Admittedly, I have had a few failures over past few days. At my apprentice alchemy rank, I normally only have a 50% chance of successfully making a solution level potion. But this final attempt came out well. Of course, the fact that being in a core building, potions 10% more likely to be successfully prepared didn't hurt. Scion beamed with pride. I am happy to tell you that not only is this a solution, it's also fortified strength. There may have been many people who thought that you should have made something different with the magic core, but they were wrong. The copy ability is amazing. Here are your potions. You have received Mana Potion, Durability 5/5, Potion Level, Solution, Strength, Fortified, Weight 0.01 kilograms. Will restore 196 mana points over 17 seconds. X30. Richter's eyes widened. 196 mana. And there were 30 of them. When Scion had initially been talking about potion, strength, and potion level, he had gotten confused again, but seemed the prompt made it easy to remember. Potion level affected the duration of the potion, and potion strength determined exactly how powerful the effect was. Scion, this is awesome. The sprite closed his eyes and gave a self-satisfied head nod. My alchemy skill is not as high as Beyond's or Tibius, but a level 34. Still get a 51% bump to potions I make. At my apprentice rank in alchemy, it is more likely for me to make an enhanced strength potion rather than a fortified strength potion. But Scion smirked again. I got lucky. I was able to make 3 drafts of the initial potion at once. Cauldron to make 9 more doses of each. You're the man, Richter said, giving his friend a high five. Scion took the accolade as his due. This one really did come out. Well, it took me more than an hour to make the initial potions, but it paid off. How are we doing for ingredients? Richter asked. With the gathering that I regularly do, and with the amazing yield in the herb shed in Isabel's garden, we are doing okay. You're great, man. Richter looked at his friend and came to a decision. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with this, but I want you to have it. He reached into his bag of holding and pulled out the bottle of royal jelly from the Aswani queen. Abbas, the trader, had sold it to him for a whopping 282 gold. Put another way, the honey colored substance in the jar had cost him more than 28 bucks, considering the fact that it added +2 to the strength characteristic. Though it was worth it. Scion was his best friend and closest ally. If he could increase his companion's fighting potential, it was worth any price. That was why he was so surprised when Scion refused the gift. You should not give that to me, Scion said. It would be a waste. Richter looked at his friend, confused. What are you talking about? Is this part of your people's hippy-dippy? I don't need possessions.
Bullshit.
You're my best friend. You're worth it. That's not what I mean, Sion said with an edge in his voice. Then what do you mean? Richter asked. His arm was still out, offering the jelly. Sion looked at him with irritation. If you must know, it would be a waste because of my size. Richter just shook his head slightly and looked at Sion. Irritated expression of his own. I'm really getting tired of people giving me half-answers. I am new here. Just tell me what's going on. Sion. The sprite huffed. He looked over to the side and said through gritted teeth, I am under 4 feet tall. That means that technically I am a small creature. My strength stat is only 70 to 80% of my baseline. Characteristic. There are exceptions for certain races, of course, but I would probably only gain 1 point of strength if I used that. Richter furrowed his brow. He double-checked his friend's status. Page and saw that Sion's strength characteristic was 18. Mean that your strength would be 22 or 23 if your size was normal. Sion looked at him sharply. I mean, my size. Sion looked away again. No, he said sullenly. My strength is mostly from my armor. Characteristics added by items and armor are not affected by the size modifier. They are added directly to my stats. Well, that's not so bad then, Richter said with false cheer. No, Sion asked, looking at him sharply. How many characteristic-altering items have you found since coming to the land? How many of them are created to work for someone of my size? Even these bracelets you gave me are so big that I have to wear them like arm braces. I couldn't wear that belt you gave to Calder unless I used one hand to keep it up the whole time. There is no shame in needing to use a hand to keep it up, Richter said lightly. The look Sion gave him made it clear that the sprite wasn't in a joking mood. Okay then, my friend. I can see this is a sensitive topic. Let me say that no matter how tall you are, I wouldn't have anyone else watch my back. You and me till death. Richter reached out his hand. Sion looked at him, then ruefully smiled. He clasped wrists with his friend. Is there anything else I should know about your stature? Richter asked delicately. Small creatures also get a bonus to agility. Dodge is increased overall. Richter nodded, knowing that there was an inherent alteration. Characteristics due to certain sizes. It further explained why the rock giants' strength had been so high. He would have to keep that in mind. He brought the conversation back to the potions. Well, these are totally awesome, man. Thank you so much. If you don't have anything else to do, can you try to make some health and stamina potions too? Tabia seems. A feminine curse came from the back of the building. So now that Bayan is gone, you're all I have. Tomorrow we are going to get that. Chivalry frowned. I'm on it, Sion said. You should know that I was also able to gather a large amount of ectoplasm from the remains of the tortured spirits. With a bit of experimentation, I might be able to make a spiritual poison out of it. That was music to Richter's ears. See what you can do. If you get a good recipe, we will get Tabia to make it, so it's as strong as possible. Also, get Fudavi up here and talk to Randalphus, and see if any of the other villagers have the alchemy skill. I want a stockpile of useful potions. That is a good idea. I saw Fudavi helping out with the farmers, and herb gathering near the outer moat. I was meaning to discuss bringing him up to the lab, shaking his head in self-recrimination at not utilizing his people to their full capabilities. Richter reached out to the central cauldron to give Fudavi user permissions. While he was at it, he made sure that Sion could add whomever he might find useful. I've added him, Richter said. You can now give anyone else permission that might be helpful. I will take care of it. Before you leave, you might want to put this away in your bag as well. Sion untied several pouches from his waist, handed them over. He told Richter that 3 held the rest of the concentrated crystal. The last 2 he didn't speak about, just looking at Richter meaningfully. Richter opened one of the pouches and saw red crystalline granules. They were filled with powdered blood crystal. A prompt told him that there were 9 measures of the stuff. He looked at Sion with appreciation, nodded. Sion just gave another smile. The 2 friends high-fived, and Richter walked off. He had another stop to make before he left the meadow. Where are you, my love? Richter sent out. Hunting, she sent back happily. He wished her luck, but it set him to thinking. If she was outside of the village walls, then she would be too far away to capture the souls of anything she killed. Soul Trap would only work if an empty soul stone was within a certain distance. Richter was all for her keeping down any dangerous wildlife, and he was reasonably sure that she could take down most anything that she came across. He also knew that she was smart, enough to avoid any large packs of dangerous animals or opponents she couldn't handle on her own. Seeing as how he hadn't come up against any flying monsters yet, Alma should be able to evade anything out there. He wasn't really worried for her, but he also didn't want the souls to go to waste. Luckily, he thought he had a simple fix. He sent out a mental call. Footen and Lettuce Familiar. Have her fun. Richter walked to the lake on the western side of the meadow, between the waterfalls and flowering lake plants. It was a beautiful sight. He appreciated it for a moment, and it reminded him that he hadn't just relaxed for a long while. After the stress and sweat of the fight, he decided, there was no time like the present. He removed his armor, 1 piece at a time, and placed it inside of his bag. Then his sweaty clothes came off, and he let them drop into a pile. All he was left wearing was jewelry and his dagger tied to his thigh. He summoned a mist worker and gave it instructions to the section of the river where the washer men and women cleaned. Clothed. As the worker walked away, he looked after it and reflected on how summoning the grey helpers had become commonplace, since he had invested heavily in wisdom. Before, he had always summoned the workers from the village manor pool and usually had left that task to He had seriously underestimated just how important the magical constructs were, and with his new summoning ring, they were stronger and more versatile than ever. If he had his way, the Mist Village was about to experience a boom in productivity akin to the Industrial Revolution. He turned back to the lake. Those thoughts were for later. Richter reached into his bag and took out his fish ring. It allowed him to breathe underwater for up to 3 minutes. One of his rings of health took its place in the spatial folds of the bag, which he then dropped on the embankment. As the bag fell, he also discarded his worry. Battles, deaths, stress, responsibilities, and the innumerable enemies that were out there waiting for him. If only for a few minutes. He was pushing the pause button. Right now, he needed to relax and become one with the land and water that comprised his dominion. The only other thing he did was to cast weak haste and to load his ring of spell storage. Richter took a deep breath and, with a running jump, dove into the lake. His body slid under the surface that reflected the sky and surrounding cliffs like a mirror. In a few moments, the ripples from his entry faded away, evidence of his passing. All was still. That only lasted until Richter came back up with a loud curse. Holy fuck, that's cold. Chapter 24, Day 112, Q-Burn 2. Despite his initial outburst, Richter's body quickly acclimated to the cold water. He swam out into the lake, his form strong from countless childhood afternoons spent at the Y, and his body strong from leveling. His fluid and sure freestyle strokes took him away from the shore quickly, and he aimed towards the center of the lake. He didn't swim the entire way, but the lake bed dropped quickly when he judged that he was far enough out to have a good dive. He tread water and raised one hand above the water, casting simple light. It was no easy feat, twisting his fingers into the right configuration while he kept himself afloat. It occurred to him that this might actually be good training to increase his concentration. After a simple word of power, a golden ball appeared in the air beside his head. Richter dove the light stayed behind his head, illuminating the water in front of him. Richter maintained a strong breaststroke, and soon the ambient light from the surface faded. He kept swimming. Fish swam away from him, startled by his presence in their domain. Pressure built in his chest. His air was running out. Steeling himself to trust the fish ring, he took a breath. Richter hadn't known what to expect, but the wait was anticlimactic. The ring grew cooler on his skin, but that was the only strange thing that happened. His breath came as easily as if he was standing on land, and the pressure in his chest disappeared. He kept swimming. After another final stroke, his hand hit the muck on the bottom of the lake. He held on to the bottom for a moment and then looked up. The surface of the lake looked like a large, shimmering portal. The sun shone in the middle, a diffuse golden disk. He stayed there, encapsulated against the world. Hundreds of feet of water stretched above him, and countless liters surrounded him. Richter enjoyed a moment of being perfectly alone. All sounds were muted, just floated. A small smile crossed his face. For a few brief seconds, he simply was. A fish swam by his face, breaking his meditation. As he turned his head to follow it, he noticed that there was a faint light off to his left. Several breaststrokes later, he was in front of the glow and discovered it was his herb lore skill coming into play. Several of the plants along the lake bed were glowing to indicate they were useful in some way. You have found toadmore, ochre, herb class, common. This common plant has bulbs that will act as a lubricant. You have a feeling that it could also replenish your stamina if properly prepared. The roots of this can make a pleasing dye. More herbs began to glow as Richter swam along the lake bottom. He collected a few of each, but then he saw an herb that glowed brighter than the rest. His chest was getting tight again, the magic from the fish ring nearly expended, but the strong orange light drew him on. A few short strokes later, and it waved lazily in front of him, moved by faint currents. You have found Stillwater Lanta, herb class, rare. This delicate plant can be used to create a shield potion. It can also make a salve that, when applied, increases hearing, or as a spell component to make summoned water creatures stronger. There was an entire patch of the lanterns. They looked like small orange tomatoes at the top of green stalks. What made them interesting? There was that surrounding each tomato was a sphere of fronds. The wire-thin fronds were crocheted together into a loose cage, leaving large holes that made visualizing the inner orange globe easy. He reached out and grasped a stalk. The green stem the lantern was attached to was surprisingly tough and well anchored to the lake floor. Richter had no doubt that he could have uprooted the thing easily if he had been standing on land. Underwater, though, with his chest already becoming almost painfully tight from his rapidly diminishing air supply. There's another matter. He knew he didn't have much time left, but just yanking the plant free would most likely have destroyed it. Forcing himself to remain calm, he closed his eyes and connected with the energy of the plant. His herb lore skill told him in seconds that the head of the plant was the only viable part, so he took his +3 moonstone dagger out of its sheath and started sawing. The strong blade cut through the stalk easily. When he moved onto the second frond, however, his skin brushed against the wicker frond. A painless but clearly felt pulse emanated from the orange fruit. It radiated outward in all directions, a quickly moving distortion in the water. It had no immediate effect that Richter could see, but that meant little as his. Visibility in any direction but up was limited to only a few feet. Whatever it meant, he was pretty sure it would suck for him. He braced his legs, the lake floor, and pushed off. The stalk of one of the lanterns clutched in his hand. The discomfort in his chest started to become actual pain. Knew that soon his stamina would begin to fall. If the green bar reached 0, his red health bar would plummet as he actually drowned. This brought an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu, reminding him of his frantic underwater swim while he was unlocking his life magic. Richter wasn't overly worried though. His stats were much higher than they had been that time, and he had mentally worked out that he should easily be able to make the surface before he was in any real danger. A distant part of his mind replayed what Charlie Murphy had said about Rick James. Wrong. WRONG. Before he was halfway back up to the top, he started seeing large numbers of fish. A second later, he was drowning in them. The shock of being swarmed by hundreds of small pescados was almost enough for him to ignore the fact that even when faced with situations both odd and dangerous, he was still friggin' hilarious. Drowning in fish indeed. Silly as it may have sounded, Richter began to realize he was in actual danger. The pulse, which was obviously the Stillwater Lantern's defense mechanism, appeared to summon every aquatic animal within the vicinity and made them extremely aggressive. Each of the fish began to bite and nibble at his naked body. This would have been cute in certain circumstances, but with his pecker dangling tantalizing bait, Richter suddenly lost his sense of humor. It didn't help that some of the little fuckers had teeth. Even the bites would not have been a real problem, if not for the sheer volume of fish that were around him. They were so plentiful that he couldn't effectively swim, and his ascent had slowed to a crawl. As the pain in his lungs magnified and his stamina bar dropped below the halfway point, he started feeling the first pangs of panic. On land, he could have cast any number of spells, but underwater, his inability to perform the vocal part of his magic made him essentially mute. So he did the only thing he unleashed the power of his ring, happy that he had never forgotten the lessons from his Boy Scout days. Richter used his prepared spell, Weak Sonic Wail. The duration of the spell was only 3 seconds, but that was enough to instantly stun and kill many of the fish around him. He whipped his hand around him in all directions, taking care not to point the ring at his own face. The fish scattered. Richter's stamina had fallen beneath the 1/4 mark, and he was still only halfway to the surface. He wasted no more time, doing a frog crawl upwards. For all he was worth, to live. With his stamina nearing 0 and his arms feeling leaden, he finally broke the surface with a gasp. He looked up and saw Futon floating above, him and Alma flying towards him across the water. "You called, my lord?" Futon asked in his deadpan voice. "My love, you're bleeding," Alma thought to him with concern. A golden glow surrounded her, and his small wounds healed. Richter put his head back in the water and squeezed his eyes shut, while he treaded water. When he opened them, he had a furious look on his face. What the fuck? Does everything on this planet have to try and kill me? Those were fish. Little, cute fish. As he spoke, the bodies of said swimmers started floating to the surface. The fact that he had become a mini-ecological disaster didn't improve his mood. Maybe it really was the nature of Earthers to destroy whatever they touched. Then he thought, fuck. Those fish. A couple had taken bites of his balls. "I believe you should be concerned about what is happening on your left, my lord," Futon said. What? Richter thought. He looked to the left and saw a bubbling and broiling on the water's surface a couple 100 yards away. He had no idea what that was, but he sure as shit wanted no part of it. A fish leaped out of the water in the middle of the disturbance, and Richter realized that what he was seeing, a conglomeration of maybe thousands of fish. Then it started moving towards him. Quickly. "Blast it, Alma. Blast it. Wide beam," he shouted. Richter started swimming as quickly as he could towards the bank. Alma flew past him towards the disturbed water. She shrieked in defiance at the numerous fish coming to mob a master. Richter just kept swimming. He channeled his internal Samjak, using the anger to propel him on while he went through a mental mantra. "I've had it with these motherfucking fish in this motherfucking lake. I've had it," he would have moved faster if he let go of the lantern plant, but he'd be damned if he had almost become fish food for nothing. Alma crossed the distance to fish and let loose with her sigh. Blast on. It brought a setting from the highest altitude that would still make it effective. Every fish in the aggressive school was stunned or killed. A few minutes later, Richter was safely back on land. He lay on his back, the lantern clutched in his hand, breathing quickly to catch his breath. His stamina was already refilling quickly thanks to his high constitution. After a bit, he looked out over the lake. A few fish floated dead at the top, but Alma's psychic attack had apparently only stunned most of the rest, because now they were nowhere to be seen. His familiar had already grabbed one of the dead fish and was consuming it on the grass next to him. "Thank you, love. Enjoy that fish. You deserve it," he thought too. Her fondly. "I know," she thought back smugly. Smiling, Richter stood up and started walking back to where he left his bag. As he walked, he reflected on how crazy it would have been. Be killed by a couple hundred salmon. It would have been the curveball. All time. Weird or not, though, there was no denying that those fish been all over him. In fact, they'd been practically swarmy. Chapter 25, Day 112, Q-Burn 2. Richter made it back to his bag and pulled out a fresh set of pants. He put nothing else on, allowing his body to dry in the air. He also put his ring of health back on, putting the fish ring in his bag. Futon was instructed to get the weavers to fashion a bag that Alma could carry. He also told the remnant to gather the scribes to wait for him near his office. The glowing orb floated off. Richter looked at the plant in his hand. The lattice-like cage. Around. The central orange bulb had been torn and misshapen, but the bulb itself, unharmed. The entire thing went into his bag. Richter thought about the field of these things that was at the bottom of the lake and resolved to get more later. He thought he might be able to avoid its defense if he just didn't touch the lattice. That was a concern for another day. The day was getting late, and he had several more stops to make before the feast that night. When he had come to the lake, his primary goal had not been to go swimming or to search for plants. It had been to check on the scath eggs. So he jogged over to where the eggs were kept, leaving Alma to her meal. Richter heard voices before he saw anyone. The clutch of scath. Eggs was partially hidden from view by the bank of the lake, so he didn't see anyone at first. Several feet down from that lip, the eggs were nestled in the mud. Once Richter was closer, he saw two naked figures, covered in muck, laughing with each other while they slowly turned the eggs. "Darin, Dira." Richter greeted them. "Hello, Lord Richter." "That seemed," Dira began with a smile, "like quite an exciting event." Darin finished with a jaunty smile. "His own. You were watching?" Richter asked, surprised. "From the beginning," Darin said with a laugh. "I am glad that you finally went swimming. You have seemed so tense," Dira said as she stood up. Mud spackled her body, but did nothing to cover up her lady bits. She smiled when she saw his admiring gaze. "Will you join us in caring for the eggs, my lord? And perhaps for some more relaxation." Darin finished, standing up as well. Richter looked at the twins. Their abnormally high charisma had given them the kind of bodies and faces that would get them on a magazine cover, or at least to the front of the line at New York clubs. They moved even closer and held hands while they looked at him. He sighed while his hand reached for the fastening on his pants. Being the lord of these lands was a responsibility. He supposed it really was his duty to please. Booty. Richter took some star xenia from his bag and popped it into his mouth. His pants and bag dropped to the ground, and he clapped his hands. Together, who wants a mustache ride? An hour or so later, the three of them swam in the lake to rinse off. Richter had been cautious to get back in the water at first, but thankfully, no. More fish came to attack him. It would have been completely irritating. His relationship with all the fish in the lake had dropped to hatred for the rest of his life. As he cooled off, it did make him wonder. His herb lore skill had shown him some very impressive uses for the still water lantern, but the description hadn't included that defense mechanism. Specifically for the lantern plant, it would be amazing if he could call on the very beings of the deep to fight for him. It was a good reminder that his skill only showed him up to 3 possible uses for plants. There was always more knowledge to unlock and discover. Richter swam back to the shore, leaving the twins to splash and frolic in the water. He wanted to check on the eggs. He walked to the clutch, feeling the cool mud squish between his toes. Kneeling down, here, touched each egg in turn. The last time he had seen the eggs, a prompt had told him they would hatch in a matter of days. After gaining his new animal husbandry skill, though, the prompt changed to say specifically 7 days, 14 hours, and 38 minutes. Because of that, he now knew where he would be a week hence. It also meant that Chrome had 2 days to build a cage. Richter envisioned an iron grate with holes large enough for water to pass through, easily, but small enough that the baby scaths could not enter. Lake. It would extend far enough out into the lake that the scaths could swim and would also circle around onto the land. It would be a perfect pen. Richter held each egg and in turn connected with the almost formed creatures. Through his inspection, he was able to see that they continued to be perfectly healthy. The hunger he had felt coming from each egg before was a touch stronger, satisfied that his infant cavalry was well cared for. He washed the rest of the mud off of his legs, feet, and climbed back up onto the bank. The chaos seed swiftly put on his clothes. He considered foregoing his armor, but the fact that he had already been attacked multiple times today, the last of which involved hundreds of cod, made him a bit cautious. His green sprite armor went back on, and his body flooded with increased strength as the armor's enchantments affected him. Both swords settled onto his back. Still hearing the twins playing in the lake, he jogged back towards the village. Richter stopped at the garden. "Isabel, I have a surprise for you." The chestnut-haired beauty turned toward him with a smile. Her skin was the golden brown of toasted honey. "What have you found?" "Lord." Richter He pulled the still water lantern out of his bag. She clapped her hands in delight. Well done, my lord. Quest update. If it grows from the ground, you have found your first rare herb and brought it back to Isabel. To finish this quest, bring 4 more rare plants back to the dragon's cauldron. Isabella examined the herb in her hands. Truly, this is amazing. Lord, but it is an aquatic plant. I do not think we will have a place to plant it. I would hate for it to die when we could cultivate it. Can you help with this? You have been offered a quest. If it grows from the ground, probably okay 3. You have brought Isabel a rare plant. Despite the incredible core building you have provided for herbs, growing aquatic herbs, Isabel has asked you to help with this. Do you accept yes or no? Richter selected yes. He thought about it for a moment and then beckoned for Isabel to follow him. He went into the greenhouse attached to the dragon's cauldron and pulled open the trapdoor set into the floor. Summoning a mist light, he walked down the steps that had been revealed. The stairs crossed back and forth 3 times and ended at a stout door. He pushed his way inside and saw the wall. Sconces were supplied to cultivate plants that were better suited to growing in the dark. Wasting no time, he walked to the back of the room and placed his hand on the back wall. Greetings, Master of the Dragon's Cauldron. It appears you wish to add a room with a pool of water to the structure of the cauldron. This will cost 112 alteration points. Currently, there are 83 100ths alteration points available in your core building of level 1. Would you be interested in a different option? Yes or no? Richter chose yes, and a list of options appeared. A small room with a pool will cost 91 alteration points. A large alcove with a pool will cost 60 alteration points. A small alcove with a pool will cost 38 alteration points. Do any of these options interest you? Richter selected a large alcove. The wall started ballooning outward, away from his hand. The surface bubbled out like a sheet of glass, exposed to high heat. It slowly stretched back for several minutes, and then stopped. Corners appeared, and the surface of the widening sphere began to solidify and harden. The final space was shaped like a cube, 15 yards to a side, all made of glass. The floor was the only surface that wasn't flat, instead sloping down another 15 feet, leaving space for a deep pond. The bottom was pockmarked with divots that resembled the spaces on the walls. Each would be perfect for soil. The only problem was there was still no water. Even as he was thinking that, a clear glass column rose up from the floor. Inside were 2 hollow tubes, one filled with water that spilled out of the bottom, filling the pond. It took several minutes, but the pond filled. Richter started being concerned about the water. Overflowing, but when it was a foot shy of the level of the floor, the other tube filled with water. This one flowed up towards the ceiling. Richter smiled. It was a filtration system. Will this do? Richter asked smugly. You are amazing, Richter, Isabel exclaimed. She immediately caught herself. I mean, my lord. Just call me Richter Issy. Tirade is my companion, which almost makes you to family. Her answering smile was as bright as the sun, and she wrapped her arms around him in a warm hug. He chuckled and hugged her back before letting go. He really had meant what he'd said. Isabel was a beautiful woman, but the affection he felt for her towards a sister. When he let go, she said, This is perfect. I will just need to bring dirt to line the bottom of the pond. I think I can help with that too, he said. Richter summoned 3 mist workers and left them with Isabel. Before they had even reached the surface again, she was giving them instructions. Don't tempt a woman with a cell, a knick-knack or someone. She could put to work on home improvements, just like the women who raised him, he thought with a chuckle. Richter said his goodbyes and started walking back down to the village. On his way down the hill, he was passed by several mist workers and villagers carrying items up to the meadow for the night's feast. Richter checked his new prompts. You have completed the quest. If it grows from the ground, probably okay 3. You have provided a location for growing underwater herbs. You have gone above and beyond the call of this quest by supplying a core level building. All rewards doubled, as this was a villager. Supplied quest. It will aid in the progression of your administration skill. Reward 2,500 experience points. Reward. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 7 in administration. 1% to morale, loyalty, and production for your village. Richter greeted his people as they walked by. Everyone had caught on that something special was going to happen tonight, seeing as how it involved being near the quickening. They had guessed that the birth of the pixies might be imminent. The village was practically buzzing with anticipation. The Chaos Seed smiled as he quickly made his way to the catacombs. Richter jogged up the hill leading to the entrance and returned the salute of the guards stationed there. He walked down the several hundred yards of the corridor and entered the room of the Great Seal. The spirals, representing his life, an air magic, pulsed with light and color. The other, to dormant spirals, water and dark magic, seemed almost to reproach for not having claimed mastery of them yet. A part of Richter itched to do just that and improve his personal magic, but he couldn't take the risk. Each power he awakened increased the amount and the level of the monsters around his village. The monsters were already more than most of his guards could handle. Unlocking his powers had to wait. He moved past the seal and walked back to Randalphasi's office. As usual, the Chamberlain was doing his Sisyphus act, trying to overcome his mountain of papers. He looked up when Richter walked in. "My lord." "It is. Great that you are here. There is a long list of things we need to discuss. First, there is a report of a female guard beating her." "Randy, stop. Stop. How did you even manage to say that much? I was planning to cut you off as soon as I got in here. It's like you cast a spell on me." Randolphus just stared at him sourly, not appreciating his lord's wit. Richter still smiled. "It's time to have a talk with the scribes, and I want you there with me. So grab your clipboard and come on." Richter turned around quickly, not giving his Chamberlain a chance to retort. He was happy the two of them had had a heart-to-heart. Despite that, speaking with Randalphus was still like getting cheese out of a mouse trap. If you didn't move quickly, you would be caught up in a soul-crushing vice of conversation for what seemed like the rest of your life. So he extricated himself from Randy's office and walked over to the room the scholars occupied. The two men worked closely with the Chamberlain, so they had been situated just down the hallway. He approached the door and was about to knock, but decided to wait. For Randolphus, the tall Chamberlain caught up a few ticks later. He rapped on the door and let himself in. Two rudimentary wooden tables were pressed together and were serving as desks for the scribes. The men were currently writing upon sheaves of parchment. Several books were open in front of each of them, and they seemed to be compiling information. Both stood when they saw who was standing in the doorway. He used Analyze to remind himself of their names. "Greetings, Lord Richter," Bartel said. "Greetings, Lord Richter," B said. The two scribes were both 6 feet tall and athletic. Richter had been surprised when he had first met them. He had expected the scholars to have gangly frames with the land's equivalent of pocket protectors, but that wasn't the case with these two. They did not have the large muscles of warriors, but it was clear that the training the men had gone through was not limited to taking notes. Both were human, but there the similarities ended. Bartel's face was pockmarked, and he had shoulder-length hair that always seemed oily and perhaps the slightest bit greasy. B's face, on the other hand, was smooth and slightly rounded in a way that seemed incongruous. With his lean frame, his long red hair was woven into a single braid, hung down his back. "Hey guys," Richter greeted. Sit down. Sit down. We need to talk." Chapter 26, Day 112, Kuban 2. "We are at your service," Bartel said, taking his seat. Richter and Randolphus pulled 2 other chairs over and joined them. The first thing I need to know is, what can you do? Richter asked. Bayon told me about some of your talents. Association, copying, and... Richter looked to Randolphus for help. Confidential, perfect. Scribing and knowledge tablet, my lord, the Chamberlain supplied. The Chaos Seed snapped his fingers. That's right. He pulled out the knowledge tablet. The 2-by-2-foot wooden item came alive when he pressed the white stone in the corner. A picture of one of the villagers appeared, along with her name, level, and skills. He felt a bit bad that he hadn't gone through the tablet in depth yet, but it always seemed like there were other things to do. I want to know, can you make this thing bigger, Bartle, and be exchanged to look bigger, Lord Richter? Yes, he responded. Bigger. Ideally the size of a large table. I also want to know if you can put other information on this kind of device. Off the top of my head. Map. Bartel nodded, in understanding. Cartographer's table. The Travelers Guild utilizes these to combine the information from the maps of their many members. The creation of such an object is well beyond our abilities, unfortunately. Only the Travelers Guild knows the secret of making their interactive maps. Even then, a high level crafter and enchanter would be required. I know that the guild sells such devices, but the costs are prohibitive. How much gold are we talking? Richter asked. Big gave a soft snort. Suffice it to say that only nobles and guild masters normally have them. Richter nodded. Bartel seemed like a good guy, but B's superior. Attitude was already somewhat grating. It wasn't worth making a big deal out of, though, at least not yet. He focused on the information he had been given. The versatility of such an object would pay for itself. The reportedly high cost was not a surprise. His own small traveller's map had cost him more than 5,000 gold. He had even paid over 100 gold for the mapping ring that he had given Scion. And that thing only worked if you already had a map. No, it seemed that the cartographer's table was beyond his economic reach. Perhaps he could use other, more covert means to get one. The scholar had said that nobles had them. From what Richter had seen, most nobles nobles. It might be time to make a little trip back into Eve. A faint smile played across his face. It would be great to get a few more rugs and paintings to hang next to Count Stonix. The Chaos Seed shook his head. He needed to focus. What about just making a large version of the knowledge tablet? That will cost much less, B replied. I would still need access to powdered crystal and a specially treated wood, but the task is within my capability. Specifically, I would require wood from a tree with a rarity, scarce or higher. There are several options. The alumina pine would most likely work best. The knowledge table would not auto-update as a cartographer's table would, but map information could be added manually, and the picture could be manipulated to be made larger or smaller. So you could add information from my traveler's map, and we could periodically update it? Richter asked. Bethought about it, stroking his chin. If you affixed a specific image onto your map, then I could add the information. You would only be able to access that particular map. We could add various images from your traveler's map, but it would be a time-consuming process. The scholar did not seem excited about the prospect. A knowledge table is still a powerful and versatile tool. However, many other types of information could be uploaded to aid your chamberlain in the administration of the village's daily affairs. Simple functions such as basic math and acting as a recording tablet are well within its capabilities. Bees. Fizz adopted a smug look. Creating such a large item is outside of the scope of the contract we signed with your trader. However, how much? Richter asked flatly. Everyone was always trying to nickel and dime him. When bespoke, his voice had the practiced cadence of a sales pitch for a simple knowledge tablet like the one you are holding is normally 40 to 50 gold. Updating the information costs several gold each time. For a project such as you were describing, a knowledge table one could say, I believe a fair amount would be. He paused before continuing, 280 gold. Oh, is that it? Richter asked. A bit of irritation had worked itself into his voice. From what I understand, Basil paid off your debt to your guild, and you agreed to provide your services for 6 silvers a week. 50%. More, by the way, than I am paying others in this village. I have fed you, given you shelter, and now you're trying to shake me down? He raised up from his chair as he spoke, stabbing one finger down on the table. To punctuate his words, Alma rose up on all fours, and the ridges running down her back stood up a bit. She glared at the scholar. Be looked a bit off-put by Richter's tone, and more than a bit bothered by the dragonling's aggressive posture. He also looked confused. I am not going to attack you, Lord Richter. Richter glared at the man, confused himself. An amused voice spoke in his head. You have used another idiom, my love. Alma continued to look aggressively at the scholar, but the entertained tone of her mental message made it clear it was just an act. He ran the words he had used through his head and realized that shake me down did indeed. To the ground, somewhat amused that his familiar was basically conning the man. He had to struggle to keep any mirth off of his face. Well, your insulting offer feels like an attack. Lamely. Fucking idioms. I do not believe for a moment that, if you were tasked to create a knowledge table while you were still under contract in Eve, you would personally be pocketing nearly 300 gold. Richter examined B's face, and, sure enough, he saw just the slightest flicker of doubt. Bartel wouldn't make eye contact, nodded to show that his lord was right. He turned back to be. The man looked genuinely scared, so Richard decided it was time for a little good cop, bad cop. Now, I'm not going to take the fact that you tried to cheat me personally, despite the fact that I pay you a good wage. Nothing wrong with a man getting his beak wet, right? As soon as he said it, Richter almost rolled his eyes in irritation. Idioms. He pressed on, though not wanting to lose momentum. Alma, on the other hand, seems to be getting all riled up. The dragonling's wings flared. A slight hiss came from her mouth, and she took a threatening step forward. B leaned as far back in his seat as he could. He looked at Bartel for help, but the other scholar wisely decided not to try and intercede with whatever the lord of the village planned to do. As far as Bartel was concerned, if his cocky friend had foolishly decided to fleece the sword-carrying, magic-wielding master of a place of power, then he could deal with the consequences. Blood drained from B's face when Alma's body started glowing yellow. Aren't you laying it on a bit thick, love? You're not actually going to fire a lightning bolt, are you? Richter kept glaring at B, silently communicated with Alma. How can you even ask? This is only a bit of motivation. He will offer to build it for free soon. This sweaty man must be a fool to try and cheat you, master. She really was a loyal and loving creature, he thought fondly, even though she said she was bluffing, though her last comment was also just a touch savage. His familiar really didn't like the fact that B had tried to cheat him. Richter was actually concerned that the scholar said the wrong thing. She might zap him. Lucky for all. Concerned, Randolphus diffused the situation. I believe this is all a misunderstanding, Lord Richter, Chamberlain said. The price to build such a table would indeed cost several hundred gold if it were commissioned in Eve. You are also right. However, that the price would normally involve a guild charging a premium for the construction and also charging for the materials. I am sure that Scholar B was going to inform you that the actual cost would be much lower. He looked pointedly at the pale scholar. Is that not right? B nodded so quickly he looked like a bobblehead. The whole time Randolphus had spoken, he had not taken his eyes off of Alma. Anyone that heard this story might find it strange that a fully grown man would be afraid of something the size of a cat. That would only be because that person had never been hissed at by a dragon cat that could shoot lightning. Though Randolphus continued, normally, whichever scholar that would be involved in making such an item would be given a small stipend in addition to their salary for their work. Constructing a knowledge tablet requires some skill in crafting as well. Lord Richter, is that right? Richter asked, stroking Alma's back. He locked eyes. With B, how much of a stipend do you think would be fair? Ah, normally a scholar would receive 7 gold when paid for a larger project like this, but I would be happy to do it for 6 gold, 2 silvers. To show respect for your lordship. Richter adopted a speculative look, continuing to keep his hand on Alma. To the scholar it might appear that the only thing holding the dragonling back was Richter's goodwill. After a few moments, he nodded. It was a small extra cost to pay in light of the potential functionality of having a table that doubled as an interface. Not that he was fooled for a second by the respect he was being shown. His trade skill was at level 15, which entitled him to 7.5% discount whenever he was buying something. B had no more choice about reducing the price than a rock had a choice to fall when dropped. The laws of the land forced the man to offer that discount, as Richter did the math. Fear of Alma might have dropped the price a bit lower. I accept your offer, Richter said magnanimously. Alma stopped. Her aggressive posturing and the light surrounding her went out. She jumped up onto her master's shoulders. B let out a sigh of relief. Richter looked at Bartel. Do you have anything to add? No, my lord. I am quite happy to be here. The scholar was, laying it on a bit thick. But Richter didn't mind. I will help however I can, Lord Richter, though I will not be much help in the formation of this table. I do not have the knowledge tablet talent. What can you do? Richter asked. I have obtained the 2nd level of association, allowing me to organize and understand large amounts of data. I have been helping. Chamberlain organizes notes quite well, I would add. My lord? Bartel nodded his head in appreciation at the commendation. I also possess the talents of perfect scribing and confidential. Finally, I have raised my copying talent to level 2. Richter rechecked the man's level. It was only 13. How have you been able to purchase so many talents without leveling higher? He asked. If a normal human only received 10 talent points per character level, and a max of 5 points for having a high affinity in an associated skill, most Bartel should have gotten 45 TPs. Unless the scholar talents were much cheaper than his enchanter talents, able to purchase as many as he had. Ah, you do have a profession? Bartel asked. B was deciding to be quiet for the moment. I do, Richter replied. I think that you're about to explain. Something that you think should be common knowledge. Let me say that I will never object to you asking questions or offering information that you think I should know. So speak freely. Bartel nodded, and his face relaxed somewhat. Richter felt better. About that, he didn't want his negative experience with B to give the scholars the wrong impression of him in general. Very well, my lord. Are you aware that professions can spawn quests that give talent points as a reward? When Richter nodded, of being raised in a guild is that you are given many tasks to complete. Both B and I have scribed thousands of documents. When we successfully completed our trials, we were offered strings of quests that we had already completed. As such, we received a large amount of talent points. All at once, every Scholars Guild requires their professionals to purchase the confidential talent. Our guild, the White Quill, also required us to purchase the perfect scribing talent. After that, the decision of how to allocate our TPs was left to us. Richter nodded. Things were becoming much clearer. He looked at B and said, "So you have the still image and knowledge, tablet talents?" If that was all the scholar brought to the table, then he was a bit of a one-trick pony. I possess the talents: perfect scribing, to copying, confidential as well, my lord. Richter said speculatively. There were other things to discuss. But first, there was a formality to dispense with. Neither of you have sworn fealty to me, but from what I understand, you have no power to share any confidential information. You have given your word. Is that right? The scholars both answered. Yes, Richter continued. I still have to assume that you're telling the truth about having purchased that talent. Though, don't I? Randolphus spoke up. Every guild scholar in Eve must obtain the confidential talent first, my lord. There have been stories about fake scholars, but I read the writ of authenticity that both guild. I will also say that the Guild of the White Quill is one of the most respected organizations in Eve. How do you know this writ they brought was real? Richter asked. A writ is not a simple document, my lord. It is a magical note that cannot be altered. The king issues such writs to licensed guilds, which officially recognizes their charter in Eve. The same magic is given to the nobles recognizing the validity of their land claims. Any writ which a guild issues is bound by the same magic. There is no way to fake the magical signature that is specific to each writ. There is also no way to create a magical writ if the creator knows, or even seriously suspects, our vouching as true is, in fact, a falsehood. The signature at the bottom of their writs was that of the Guild of the White Quill. Not all guilds that have been given writs in the recent past are respectable, my lord. The White Quill has existed for centuries and has an impeccable name. If the guild states that these two have the confidential talent, it can be trusted. Richter listened carefully. He absolutely trusted and respected what Randolphus was saying, but he didn't believe that any system had ever been created that couldn't be exploited or circumvented. What Randalphus was describing sounded relatively airtight. Still, better to be safe than sorry. I'm going to have you to swear to something in a moment, just so that I am clear. However, after we finish speaking today, Randalphus, to find Samika, she will test you both to ensure the authenticity of this writ, and that you both have the confidential talent. If you are lying about either one of these things, you will be killed before the sun rises. Richter's face was as cold and unyielding as stone. Both of the scholars looked at him in shock. Randalphus, hesitantly, spoke up. My lord, perhaps. Richter held up a hand sharply, and the Chamberlain stopped speaking. He stood up and looked at both scholars, though his gaze settled on B. Maybe you thought there was no harm in trying to squeeze gold out of me. Maybe you would have lowered the price later. Maybe you're just a dick. I don't care. The people of this village are my responsibility, and we have real enemies that have already claimed lives. I will not have a potential threat in our midst. I will not allow another infiltrator to live. If you lie to me, I will take your head myself. He clipped his final words. Do not tempt my anger. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Richter, he said with fear in his voice. All previous arrogance was gone. Richter looked at Bartle, who nodded his head, and said solemnly, the Lord of the Mist Village stood over the scholars for another few seconds. Then he sat down. Repeat after me. Richter had them promise to never divulge any information about the village or what happened within it to anyone outside of his domain. He further instructed them to never discuss with any other villagers what they were made privy to by himself and Randalphus. The scholars were also never to keep secrets from Richter or Randalphus. He ordered them to do their best to provide any information that he might find useful, interesting. Lastly, they were to do their best to adhere to the spirit of these oaths, as long as they did not betray the letter of them. He didn't need an robot situation. The scholars agreed to each point. They ended the agreement by saying, we so swear. A prompt appeared in Richter's vision. Scholar Bartel and Scholar B have agreed to your terms and are bound to them by their talent. Confidential. Richter blinked it away. He felt better now and almost changed his mind about them seeing Samiko, but he decided to stay the course. Thorough. Well, that's all behind us. I agree to your terms regarding the formation of the knowledge table, Scholar B. What I need to know is, how else can you help me with my journeyman rank in enchanting? Make magic books and skill books. What do you know about that? Be straightened in his chair, perhaps seeing a way to redeem himself. I have helped other magi and enchanters create spellbooks before. I can help greatly with that, my lord. I have mastered the penmanship of my journeyman rank, which should help greatly. What does that mean? Penmanship? Richter asked. It was Bartle who responded. Let me show you, my lord. He took out a piece of paper. He did not pick up the quill that was on the table. Instead, he removed a lacquered wooden box from a bag at his side. He opened it to reveal a wooden pen with a sharp metal tip. Why did you change pens? Richter asked. Many people think that scribing is simply a matter of writing things down. In truth, it is much more complicated. The writing tool one uses can alter and affect the end result, just as the type of ink being used can come into play. For instance, the petals of the red ginger flower can create an ink that is ideal for writing scrolls for higher level fire magic. Different types of paper and even the leather used to bind books. What I will show you now is the importance of various writing styles. He dipped it into the open inkwell on the table. This is what is called scrawl. He wrote a short phrase. It looked like any other information he had seen written in Eve. Perfection is our virtue, Richter read. Yes, my lord. This next writing style is called... Print Bartle wrote the same thing, but this time, each letter was perfectly formed. If Richter hadn't seen it happen, he would have sworn that a typewriter had produced the string of letters. I am sure you see the difference, Lord Richter. Writing in print, as opposed to scrawl, will give a bonus to a spell being successfully learned when a magic book is read. The same applies to skill books. That makes sense, Richter said. It's easier to read. Many think the same, Lord Richter, Bartel said. You should know that the measured way that each letter is written comes not only from practice, but is also a bonus granted upon achieving the rank of initiate. The scribing skill, print writing, still must be practiced upon reaching level 10 in scribing, but it is nearly impossible to perfect this type of penmanship without reaching the initiate rank. The next writing style bonus comes at the rank of apprentice and is called cursive. Bartel wrote the same phrase. Again. It was not the flowing cursive script that Richter had learned in grade school. This had dots and swirls that he would not have added. Even looked like extra characters were added. Side by side, cursive and print seemed like two different languages. Upon seeing it, however, Richter immediately saw the inherent pattern to those extra touches. He spoke up. Do not feel troubled if you cannot read this script, Lord Richter. It takes special training or the scribing skill to read this. Richter furrowed his brow at the scholar. What are you talking about? That clearly says perfection is our virtue and our weapon. Both scholars looked startled, even Randalphus, eyebrows in surprise. He took the pen from Bartle and wrote another phrase in cursive. Bartle complimented the Chamberlain as he wrote. His writing did not have the effortless perfection of the scholars, but it was still well written. Can you read this, my lord? The 7 moons, mirror, the magic. The sun guides the light. Richter read, without difficulty. You have had no other training. In reading formal script, Bartle asked. Richter shook his head but thought that he already had. Answer to their mystery. His gift of tongue's ability let him understand almost any sentient language. The ability was not confined to simple auditory understanding, however. He could also read most languages. In a dungeon, he had even come across words written in ancient language which had not even been spoken for nearly 100,000 years. If he could read that, a simple cursive style of writing in common would be no difficulty. The real question was, did his ability extend to writing? Richter took the pen and dipped it in the ink again. He waited for a drop of black liquid to fall from the sharp end. He first wrote Randall Face's phrase in scrawl, then in print. The characters did not have the perfection of the scribes, but it was a close facsimile. More than that, 3 prompts appeared. Congratulations. You have learned the skill. Scribing. True glory consists of doing what deserves to be written and writing what deserves to be read. The foundation of any civilized society is the written word. You have now started the path towards enlightenment. Congratulations. You have learned a new writing style. Congratulations. You have learned a new writing style. Print. 10%. Success in creating magical books and items reliant on writing. Use this writing style. Plus 10% writing speed. How did you? Bartle started to ask, but stopped. Continued to write the phrase in cursive. The chaos seed didn't stop too. Question how he could write letters that he had never known. Just let his ability guide him. In no time at all, the phrase was written. Another prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have learned a new writing style. 20%. Success in creating magical books and items reliant on writing. Use this writing style. Plus 20% writing speed. Are you toying with us? Be asked with indignation. You have the scribing skill. Alma raised her head from Richter's shoulders. The scholar remembered that he was already on thin ice and relaxed. His posture, but still kept a defiant look on his face. Richter raised an arm and stroked his familiar soothingly before she could threaten the scholar again. No, Richter said evenly, but I have abilities and skills that you do not need to know about. He looked at the page and considered his new skill. It was with a bit of a shock that he realized. These were the first words he had written in the few months that he had been in the land that, as much as anything else, showed in stark relief just how different his life was now, compared to when he had been a simple medical student. He looked at Bartle and asked, "What is the next writing style?" His gift of tongue's ability apparently let him skip the weeks, or maybe even the years, of practice that mastering these writing styles normally required. Bartle looked at Richter with a bit of wonder in his eyes. "This is astounding, Lord Richter. The next writing style is called calligraphy. Have not mastered the technique. B would be the one to show you." Despite Bartle's statement, B's expression conveyed, "I prefer not." 2. While one scholar seemed delighted at Richter's natural ability, other was clearly resentful that what he had worked so hard at came without effort to the chaos seed, whatever his reservations, though B was not so foolish to show Richter further disrespect or defiance. "This is calligraphy, Lord Richter." B dipped Bartle's pen in the inkpot again and started writing. His hand movements were much more pronounced than his fellow scholars had been. They had to be, as the characters he was making were an entire level of complexity more involved than cursive. Long flourishes above and below each line as his hand moved from left to right across the page. When B ran out of room on the paper, he moved his hand down immediately and began writing right to left, in opposition to his previous progression. Richter's eyes widened when he saw that the flourishes on the lower line intersected and connected with the lines of the letters above. Before long, he could see that a third line of letters had been created by the union of the first two lines. B was not done. When he ran out of room, again, he moved his pen downward on the page and began writing left too. Right again. The flourishes on this new line intersected, not only with the line above, but also with the first line. The top and bottom lines now formed even larger letters. He marveled at the complexity and efficiency of this writing style. Not only would someone need to know how to write with it, but they would also have to have planned out exactly where each word would fall so that the lines could interact to create the resulting script. Calligraphy was a marvel of talent and planning. Despite the complexity, Richter could still clearly make out what B was writing. Now, understanding the patterns, the chaos seed thought for a moment about what he would write, and then settled upon the perfect topic. The first original poem he would add to the land, already seeing exactly where each word would go in his mind. Richter's hand moved with a smooth and steady stroke. After a few seconds, he laid the pen down with a smug smile. Randolphus read it aloud. There once was a man named Tag, whose girl was a horrible nag. But he pushed as hard as he could, and she still swallowed his wood. And all he could do was brag. The Chamberlain looked at Richter, very creative. My lord, I thought so, Richter said with a chuckle. Bartal chuckled, as well. B didn't laugh, but his expression had become one of respect. Respect tinged with jealousy, but respect nonetheless. Richter was pretty sure that change was because of his writing skills, not his poetry. Congratulations. You have learned a new writing style. Calligraphy. 30% success in creating magical books and items. You use this writing style, plus 30% writing speed. Congratulations. Your relationship with B has improved from irritable, neutral. So you were irritable with me. Where ya little cunt rag Richter. Thought. He glared at the scholar again, who had no idea what he had done. To pique the Chaos Seed's ire once again. Richter took a deep breath and let his frustration go. Whether B was a punk or not was less important than the fact that their relationship was moving in the right direction. Are there other writing styles? Richter asked. There are, Lord Richter, B said. They are called Old Writ. Runic and are granted for reaching the adept and master ranks of scribing, respectively. Neither of us know the styles well enough to even give you a proper example. However, adept and master scribes don't let lower-ranked scribes see examples of these higher writing styles, unless you are training beneath them. Even within our guild, you must climb to the position of officer to be allowed access to those books. If you get a sufficiently advanced book, however, I might be able to identify the script. It would actually be greatly appreciated if you would teach us how to write in a more advanced script. Bartel nodded vigorously in agreement. You have been offered a quest. The right words. Scholar B has offered to identify advanced writing styles in any books that you might have. If you were to share information about these advanced writing styles, he and his fellow scholars would be extremely grateful. Reward more advanced writing style. Will you seek such a book? Yes or no? Optional. Teach the scholars a more advanced writing style. Richter selected yes. The only question was, where would he find a book that had been written in an advanced writing style? One corner of his mouth pulled up. Perhaps in a high-level magic book. Richter pulled out the highest-level death magic book that Bayon had given him. You have found Book of a Potent Waking Nightmare. Casting this spell upon a target will summon a death creature in the form of their own worst nightmare. This creature will be 3 times the level of the target. Death of the target will trigger the banishment of the summoned creature. Only the target will be attacked by the waking nightmare. Unless it is attacked, others, in this case, the nightmare will continue to attack these fools until the spell elapses, or until each attacker is severed from the mortal coil. Durability 64 71st. Item class scarce. Quality superb. Weight 1.8 kilograms. This is a spell of death, level 62. Must have death magic. Skill level 62. Richter hadn't really read the scrutinized the book once he had seen that it was far beyond his current skill level. He could now see why it was a journeyman-ranked spell. According to his law book, spell strength generally followed a pattern: weak, minor, inferior, superior, powerful, and grand. All of his spells only fell into the weak and minor categories so far. Even those had been enough for him to win most of the fights he had been in. A spell that could summon a creature 3 times your own level and was custom made to strike fear into your heart, though that was some next level shit. He examined the object. The book was bound in a grey skin, some type. The binding was also well made, and it was a heavier book than any of the others that Richter had handled in the past. Richter placed it on the table, and both scholars got up from their seats so they could get a better look. He opened the book. He immediately got another prompt, saying that he could not learn this spell at his current death magic skill level, seeing as how that actually worked in his favor. In this case, he dismissed the notification and started reading the book. Before he had even been able to turn the page, B broke his concentration. "Can you read this, Lord Richter?" The anticipation and hunger for knowledge was evident in the scholar's voice. "Yes," Richter replied. "You can't." He had never said he wasn't a dick. B ground his teeth. "No." "Man, that must be frustrating," Richter said with a smile. He went back to reading, actually taking the time to see how a spell was described. Was an interesting experience. As Richter continued to turn the pages, he found that a spell was actually a mixture of being in the right mindset, channeling energy through certain parts of your body in a specific way, keeping a certain spell form in mind, and many other details. Even proximity to certain ley lines came into place. Richter was amazed at all the information that he was able to access intuitively upon absorbing a spell. But he knew that lower-level spells were probably not as intricate. Even if they were a tenth as involved, the rapid absorption of knowledge from a magic book was centuries beyond available technology on Earth. This was like that Matrix movie President Reeves had been in. After he had read several pages, Richter felt like he had a good grasp on the style this was written in. He turned the page of scrap paper over and started writing. This style not only incorporated the flourishes and extra strokes that calligraphy demanded, but also used expressions of language rather than concise words. It was almost poetic. Unfortunately, he had no idea how he could teach it to the scholars. His intuitive comprehension of how to use the penmanship style didn't mean he understood the basic principles of it. He supposed it was the same as a native English speaker being unable to explain pluperfect tense. B was going to be disappointed. That might actually be a plus, as far as Richter was concerned. Wasn't a problem. Besides, Richter had just gotten some good news. Congratulations. You have learned a new writing style. Old writ, 40%. Success in creating magical books and items reliant on writing when you use this writing style, plus 40% writing speed. May I see that book, my lord? Be asked quickly. Though he was speaking to Richter, his eyes didn't leave the book. Bartel had the same avaricious expression, but he was more reserved. Richter slowly closed the book. He hated to waste quest experience, but these books were Beyond's, and he was just holding them. Also, he didn't trust B completely, so he wouldn't be handing them over. With his decision, he received a prompt. You have completed a quest. The right words. The book of a potent, waking nightmare inscribed in old writ. Examination of this text has granted you an understanding of the writing style. You have decided to not share this information unless Bayan has given his approval. You have failed. The optional portion of this quest. Reward. Old writ writing style. Reward. 625 experience points. Not a lot of experience, but he would take it. Richter looked at the scholars. These books are not mine to give or lend out. You will have to speak with Bayan about that, and he just went for his trial. If you and he come to an agreement, then I will help you. Do well on building my table, and I will speak to him on your behalf. B didn't look happy, but he nodded as far as the table. Concerned, my lord. I will need certain materials. I will need several measures of pounded crystal, the help of someone with the woodworking skill, and, most importantly, the magically conductive wood I mentioned. Rarer, the better. Can you arrange to have these things brought to me? You have received a quest. Raw materials. B. The scholar has agreed to make a larger version of the knowledge tablet. Among other components, he requires wood from a type of tree with a rarity of scarce or higher. Reward, a knowledge table. Will you obtain what he needs? Yes or no? Richter perfunctorily selected yes again. B might be a bit of dick, but the guy also seemed to be a quest factory. He wanted to get back on track, though. It was always good learning about various things, but there was going to be a birth tonight. There was still one more thing he had to go over with the scholars. We keep getting off track. Like I said before, since I have reached the rank of journeyman in enchanting, I can create spell books. I need a blank book to try and make this happen. B looked hesitant, but still said, Lord Richter started to glare at him, but the man raised his hands. To calm the chaos seed. This is standard procedure. I promise. I'm sorry for our earlier interaction, but making books is a laborious process. Bartel was right in that we had to make many books as part of our training, but even our guild would pay us for our work at this point. I will offer an extremely fair price. I promise you that I have learned my lesson. Regarding any tricks, my lord, Richter nodded. He would believe in B's dedication to fair play when he saw a pattern of it, but the man at least seemed genuine in this case. The scholar had already shit the bed in regards to Richter, having faith in him. The Chaos Seed decided to focus on the task at hand. Your work, and will pay a fair price for it. How much per book? It depends on the quality. Lord Richter, there are 11 ranks for book quality. Crafted, exceptional, starting at above. Average, those books can be used to make magic books. One of the reasons that all scribes are required to make books in service to the guild is that bookbinding is a sub-skill of scribing and must be leveled. I, for instance, am an initiate in bookbinding. Most of the books I make are above average in quality. What about you? Richter asked Bartel. I am an apprentice in bookbinding. Almost progressed. Journeyman rank. I have equal chances at this point to make well-crafted, exceptional books. I will also be able to make them faster than Bartel. Will by no means be a quick process. The scholar replied. The baseline time to make a blank book is 1 week. Lord Rick. The required time decreases by 1 day for each sub-skill rank. In Eve, I can sell my crafted blank books for 1 silver each. I sell exceptional books for 1 silver and 4 coppers. I will sell my above-average books for 7 coppers each. Added. I can handle that, Richter said. He bought all of the empty books they had with them and ended up with 4 above average, 6 well-crafted, and 7 exceptional books. He also bought 4 vials of well-crafted black ink. It was enough for him to start working, but it was also all that. The scholars had. The bigger problem, they informed him, was that they were running out of combed flax, which was the base component they used to make paper. How do you go about making more? He asked. Bartel shrugged. We actually are not involved in most of the process. There are dedicated alchemists in law who have made their own guild, the Guild of Woven Trees, who take raw wood and treat it to produce this. Bartel took a small amount of rope of what looked like straw-colored hair from his pouch. This is combed flax. You can tell the quality of the material by the softness. It may not look like much, but this 1 kilogram of combed flax required over 25 kilos of raw flax to create. It needed to be treated with various acids and purification techniques. Once we have this combed flax, we can turn it into paper. This 1 kilo is enough for me to make 1 small book. We only have 6 more of these, Lord Richter. God, Richter thought. What he wouldn't give for a CV. He could. See now why even a blank book would cost as much as an average labourer. Made in a fortnight. Actually, now that he was thinking about it, else occurred to him, Randy. Do I even want to know how much we are? Paying a bass and his brothers for paper? I do not believe so, my lord, Randolphas responded. Richter grunted. At least the man was honest. There had to be an easier way to do this, though. He asked that exact question. There is a talent called writing tools, Bartal admitted. The first level of the talent allows me to make books using raw wood at the same quality as if I did it the hard way. I would also be able to make a passable stylus and ink from raw materials. The talent costs 10 talent points. Though, my lord, that is an entire level's worth of TP. I am saving for a more advanced talent dealing with long-range communication. I am sure you understand that as a non-combat profession, it is extremely difficult. Scholars to level, and I cannot countenance wasting my talent points and such away. I have to think about my future. Richter listened intently without interrupting. Hearing the man bemoan the loss of 10 talent points really did underscore how fortunate he was to have the extra TPs from his high affinity and chaotic nature. When Bartel finished speaking, though, something to convince the scholars to do as he wished, but he decided not to push the point yet. Instead, he bought one other item from Bart. It was the most expensive item yet, but Richter agreed it was well worth it. The man had pulled out another small wooden box. Inside was a pen. You have found steel-tipped pen. Durability 17/17. Item class common. Quality well crafted. Weight 0.3 kilograms. The scholars explained that precision was the hallmark of success in their profession. Even the best quills, they said, were best brought and often caused ink to bleed across the page. The pen allowed Richter to write clearly and concisely. Be stated that there were enchanted pens that gave all sorts of bonuses, but to learn how to scribe a basic pen was apparently a must. It cost him another 5 silver and 4 coppers, but now he had what he needed. How do I make my magic book? Richter asked. The scholars guided him through the process, and it wasn't exactly cheap. He had to use 2 measures of powdered crystal. One was mixed into an inkwell, and the other was sprinkled through the pages of one of his new books. Richter received 2 prompts. Congratulations, you have created basic black ink. Durability 5/5. Item class uncommon. Quality smooth. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Traits can be used to make enchanted and magical documents. Congratulations. You have created blank book. Durability 11/11. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0.5 kilograms. Traits can be used to make a magical book. Okay, what do I do now? Richter asked. B shrugged. Richter's eye twitched, and he thought to himself, did this dick? Shrugged at me. Chapter 27, Day 112, Cuban 2. Seeing Richter's irritated expression, B decided to try and be a bit more helpful. This is as much as I have ever helped a mage or enchanter. 2. Start a spell book. Magicians always just seem to know what to write, and very few would willingly share their knowledge. Once you have written spell, though, I can use my perfect scribing talent to potentially improve the quality of the book. Richter sighed. Why is this so complicated? And how does perfect scribing help to improve anything? Honestly, when I first heard about it, thought it was kind of useless. Bartel chuckled in understanding. You are not the only one who has thought this, Lord Richter. Part of our training in the guild is actually explaining why this is one of the more useful talents. As the name implies, at its first level, perfect scribing lets us write perfectly. That allows us to make documents look pretty. But I agree, it seems a waste of talent points. At the second level, however, perfect scribing, document or book that someone else has written, for a small amount of mana, I could alter anything you wrote to reflect. Right. It lets a scholar remove any errors in spelling, straying blots, spacing, and other inconsistencies. All of these things can greatly affect final effectiveness of a spell or skill book. Whatever ability you have that is allowing you to learn advanced writing styles is amazing, Lord Richter. Everyone makes mistakes when writing. This is especially true if you are using more advanced penmanship styles. If Richter was understanding correctly, level 2 of the talent was like what a book editor was supposed to do. Spell and content checking. Considering that he would be having to write everything by hand, he could see the value of the second level of perfect scribing. Abbas, the trader, had taught him that using a spell book was no guarantee to actually learning the spell. It wouldn't make too much of a difference with low-level spells, but with a more complex spell, a lower quality product might mean failure. When trying to learn new magic, the spell book would still be destroyed, and that could mean that you had basically just pissed away anywhere from dozens to thousands of gold. Richter saw the benefit in making his literary creations as perfect as possible. He might as well start and give it a shot. He opened a blank book to the first page, hoping for inspiration. After a few moments, he still felt fuckle, hoping for some type of prompt to appear and guide him. Richter dipped a pen into enchanted ink. Tapping it against the inside of the bottle twice, he removed any excess, and then moved his hand to put the metal tip to the page. He focused on the spell he wanted to write down, but before the pen touched paper to things appeared. A notification appeared in Richter's vision, and a faint smirk appeared on his face. Do you wish to create the spell book? Book of Summon Week. This level 1 spell will require 21 hours and 49 minutes. Scribing time to complete. You will have 24 hours to complete. Task. Do you wish to start? Yes or no? His smirk disappeared. What the hell was this? It took a whole day to write this one spell. Did that include bathroom breaks? There had to be. Something he was missing. Richter put the pen back into the inkwell and asked the scholars about it. It was B who answered. Now you see one of the reasons that scholars and scribes are so, Lord Richter. I believe I can explain. First, until your scribing skill is leveled, writing anything more than short notes would be very time-consuming. One of the perks to leveling scribing is that each level increases writing speed by 2%. I also know that the other factors that determine spellbook creation are the level of the spell and your personal skill level in that branch of magic. Mages may not have wanted to share information, but every one of them enjoyed complaining about what slowed them down. I learned that, at baseline, the level of the spell determines how many days are required to create the spell book at a 1-to-1 ratio. A level 1 spell would take 1 day, and a level 10 spell would take 10 days. The maximum amount of time you have to create the spell book, determined by your skill level, also at a 1-to-1 ratio. If you were level 15 in water magic, then you would have 15 days to finish a spell book. Failure to finish in the allotted time will destroy the book and any work that you have done. Okay, that makes sense, Richter said. I'm hoping you have more to tell me. I can't even devote 1 full day to making a spell book. More for higher level spells. Also, waiting for my scribe skill to level is going to be a pain. B nodded. There is a third factor to consider, Lord Richter. Your skill level in a given spell score will reduce the total time required. Simply divide your skill level into the total number of hours required. If you were skill level 12 in fire magic and attempted to create a level 1 fire spell book, it would only take 2 hours instead of the original 20. 4. Using more advanced writing styles will also increase your writing speed. Lord Richter, Bartel added. Richter thought. He hadn't consciously chosen to use one of the forms of penmanship he had just learned. He picked up the pen again and focused making the death magic spell book, but this time Richter envisioned writing in Old Writ. A prompt appeared. It appears you wish to create the spell book. Book of Summon Weak Bile. Rats. This level 1 spell will require 12 hours of scribing time to complete. You will have 24 hours to complete this task. Do you wish to start? Yes or no? Richter selected no again and reached for the scratch paper had been writing on. Now that he knew how expensive paper was in Lan, it kind of made his stomach hurt to waste even this page. The damage was already done, Though so he didn't stop. He didn't quite understand how the hours required had changed. After a few quick calculations, he felt that he had a handle on it. With a level 1 skill level in death magic, his base writing could be called 1 hour or 1.1 hours if his 10% increase in speed from his talent, faster creation time, I was taken into account. That was why at baseline it would take 21 hours and 49 minutes to finish the level 1 death spell, the shorter time frame on the latest prompt came from his ability to write using old writ, making the process 40% faster. So his base speed of 1 hour speed had become 1.5 hours. Richter paused his calculations with a self-satisfied smile. His gift of tongue's ability had always been something that just made things easier for him in the land by giving him mastery of an advanced writing style, though it had effectively increased his speed to be the same as a scribe. Skill level 20. Watch out, enemies of the free press. Lord Richter of the MV is coming at Char. He turned his attention back to the scrap paper. Even though the time required had dropped a good deal, Rick decided to hold off on trying to make the summon rat spell until he had leveled his death magic skill. He pulled up his status page quickly and checked his magic skill levels. Air and fire magic were his most advanced skills. He could share any air spells directly in light of his mastery of the power, so making a spell book was kind of a waste of time. Richter decided to try his hand at creating a spell book of one of his go-to magics, weak flame. Before he started, he remembered that there was another opportunity that creating his own spell books would allow him. Richter looked at his Chamberlain. It's time that I learned the spells that my new era received when I awakened their magic. Who is the villager that learnt? Glittered us. May I borrow the knowledge tablet, my lord? Randolphus asked. Richter handed it over, but kept staring at the man. Randolphus noticed his attention and returned his lord's gaze. Richter looked pointedly at the Chamberlain's clipboard, then back to the knowledge tablet. Arching an eyebrow, analog had always been good enough for the stolid man before. Randy took his meaning and said defensively, "It is faster." Way Richter raised both hands, with his palms out, and just chuckled. Randy kept going through this village's info with a slight grimace. After a minute, Randolphus had the answer. My lord, she is an arcane gnome and serves with the guard. The Chamberlain started flipping through his clipboard. Richter. The Chamberlain closed his eyes momentarily, as if asking for strength, then flipped through until he found the appropriate page. She is currently on duty at the wall. Would you like me to send for her? Richter nodded, and Randolphus called out into the hall. A guard jogged up and was given instructions to find Telena and take over her shift. On the wall, that done, Richter decided to focus on starting his first spell book. He held the pen over the book again, and waited for the prompt, focusing on the spell weak flame. Do you wish to create the spell book? Book of Weak Flame. This level 1 spell will require 1 hour and 36 minutes of scribing time to complete. You will have 10 days to complete this task. Do you wish to start? Yes or no? That's more like it. Richter selected yes, and the most amazing thing happened. The page in front of him took on the appearance of a watermark. His hand also adopted a red glow. He realized that he was summoning his magic without actually forming it into a spell. It was similar to the technique his shipbuilder, Shiovana, used to make the ships. She built stronger. Richter also noticed that the end of his mana bar was flickering. The blue bar wasn't falling, but something was clearly happening. So he checked his action log. Reading for a moment, he discovered that his mana was falling at a rate of 0.1 per second. It looked like the spell leveler subtracted by his skill level and was then divided by 10 to determine the mana drain, since his skill level was higher than the spell level. The drain defaulted to the lowest number, 0.1. He finally understood why only casters normally made spellbooks. Mana needed to be infused into the pages. Even enchanters needed to be in the presence of a caster who knew a spell if they wanted to make a book. Richter wondered if he would be able to split the mana cost if he was working with someone else. It could definitely come in handy. Right now, his mana regen was higher than the mana drain, so there was no issue. The drain ever rose above 40 mana a minute. Drain. He would have to stop periodically because of mana loss. Suddenly, he felt a lot more understanding of the inflated prices Abbas had been charging for the spell books he had bought. After learning of the small leak in his mana pool, he was reminded to channel the rest of his mana regen to unlocking the second level of his shock enchantment. Dismissing the action log, he got to work. Almost without effort, his hands started moving. Indicated mathematical and mystical calculations began to fill the page. Without even noticing, he turned to the next page and continued writing. His hand wavered from time to time. Small mistakes were made, and he quickly came to appreciate the fact that he had the pen to work with, rather than a quill. Despite his intermittent errors, the pages of the spellbook. Occasionally, he dipped his pen into the ink. Again, but it was done absently. The task filled him with contentment. The simple act of creation, reassuring and comforting in an unexpected way. Han shook his shoulder. "What?" Richter asked, absent-mindedly. He looked up to see Randolphus smiling bemusedly at him. A black smear was on Richter's cheek where he had scratched an itch after using his thumb to blot an ink drop. "I said that Gartellino is here now, my lord." Richter looked beyond the chamberlain to the slight guard behind him. The woman was wearing light leather armor, marking her as both a guard and a caster. the chainmail worn by the other guards would have, raised the possibility of a spell miscast to an unacceptable level. Ideally, as a mage, she would be wearing cloth armor or a robe, but Tarad had decided that his guards would have at least minimal protection. Telana clapped, fist over her heart in salute, and bowed her head, reporting as ordered. Lord. Richter smiled and waved her over, telling her to bring a chair. While she brought one over, he looked down at the book he had been working on and saw two small sets of numbers hovering in the right-hand corner. They had the same translucent appearance as his prompts. Knew they were a small application of his interface, visible only to him. The top number showed the time remaining to complete the book, and the second set showed the amount of time required to finish the project. Percentage done. Happy with his progress, he blew on the latest words, had written and then closed the book. The partially completed work went into his bag. Telena pulled her chair up and sat next to him. I would like to make a spell book based on your spell. Are you all right with that? He asked. Of course, Lord Richter. I am not sure how to help you accomplish that goal, however. I do not know how I cast the spell exactly, my lord. Simply will it to happen. Richter laughed. Then we are in the same boat. Let's just give it a shot. The Chaos Seed opened another one of the above-average quality books. After sprinkling another measure of powdered crystal through the pages, he received a prompt saying the book was enchanted. Richter dipped his pen in the inkwell, but before he could even hold it over the blank book, Telena asked a question. Would it be helpful if I were closer, Lord Richter? Should we be touching? Richter looked at the woman. For a gnome, her face was thinner than normal, but she had the same short stature and large bosom, typical of her people. The day's training with the guards had given her a firm and narrow waist. Soft brown eyes looked at him from beneath raven black hair. He was still watching her full lips when she spoke again. My lord, Randolphus coughed, and one of the scribes snickered. Richter shook his head slightly, to jostle free the impure thoughts. We can just try it without touching first. Then with a smile, he added, stay close, though. She smiled back. Oh, Richter, you're going to hell, he thought. Then another part of him thought, what a way to go. Tapping away the excess ink. Enchanted book. A moment later, a prompt appeared. Do you wish to create the spell book? You have been given permission to create this book by the mage, who knows this spell. This will be a collective effort with another, and so all scribing values, mana regen rates will also be combined to offset mana drain. Average skill level in air magic. This level 1 spell will require 1 hour and 36 minutes of scribing time to complete. You will have 10 days to complete this task. Do you wish to start? Yes or no? Richter asked Telina what her skill level in air magic was. She proudly told him that she had reached level 7. He had suspected that would be her answer, seeing as how he was level 13 in air magic, but wanted to confirm. It meant that it would take more time to scribe spells. With the pretty guard, on the other hand, it meant that making spell books with Quasia or Zar might go faster because of their high level. Richter chose yes on his prompt and started writing. A yellow glow surrounded his hand, and one of again, his mana bar flickered, but the overall amount in his mana pool remained constant. Looking at the book, a watermark appeared, scribing an old writ. Richter went back into the zone. His hand moved smoothly, filling in the marks that only he could see. Follow the outline. Again and again, his pen dipped into the ink, and the pages turned. He absently heard Randalphus and the scribes speaking around him, but he remained focused on his task. Glitterdist was one of the spells that he had coveted when he unlocked air magic in his villagers. The ability to not only blind enemies but also to reveal hidden opponents was something he needed in his magical toolbox. Richter only stopped when a prompt appeared. The mage you are working with has left the effective area for you to be able to scribe her spell. Richter blinked and realized he could no longer see the watermark. Looking around, he saw that Telena was at the door to the chamber. Slightly strained expression was on her face, and she was shuffling from foot to foot. He had to stop himself from laughing at seeing the air mage doing the pee-pee dance. He shooed her out the door, asking her to come back as soon as she could. It looked like she could be about 10 yards away from him while he worked, but no further. Richter made small talk until she came back. Once she re-entered the room, the watermark reappeared in the book, and he got back to work with single-minded intensity. Before he knew it, he finished his spell. Several blank pages were left, but the watermark had disappeared. The book smacked shut of its own accord, rose a foot into the air. A soft, yellow glow surrounded the book, and tranquil, he smelled a clean scent, like a fresh wind coming through. New pines. Congratulations, you have created a spell book. Book of Glitterdust. Durability 13th. Item class common. Quality well crafted. Weight 0.4 kilograms. Creates a 5x5 area filled with shimmering dust. Anyone in the owl will be covered by the particles, revealing invisible or stealthed enemies. This is a spell of air. Know this. Your use of old writ has increased the quality of your book of Glitterdust from above average to well crafted. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 2 in scribing. 2% 2. Scribing speed. 2% more likely to successfully scribe a document. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in scribing. 2% 2. Scribing speed. 2% more likely to successfully scribe a document. Richter dismissed the prompts, pleased with both his skill, progression, and the increase in book quality. He reached up and grabbed the hovering book. When his hand came in contact with it, the yellow light winked out. Congratulations, Lord Richter, he said respectfully. If you do, not mine. I would love to examine that book. It might give me insight. Old writ. And there should be no conflict of interest this time. The same. Avarice, as before, was in the man's eyes. Quest update. The right words. You've been given a second chance to share an example of old writ, WTH Scholar B. Do you wish to lend him the Book of Glididust? Yes or no? Richter had never been given a second shot to fulfill a failed quest before. Of course, he didn't make a habit of failing quests. Either he could definitely wait a day or two to learn the spell, but before he agreed, he needed to know a thing or two. Can you copy this? Richter asked, holding his new spellbook. Both scholars shook their heads. I have leveled my copy talent. Level 2, Bartels said, but spellbooks are beyond me. I can copy any scrolls you might have, however, Lord Richter, and, unfortunately, my copy talent is only level 1. Richterby said, I can only copy non-magical documents. Richter took his new scroll case out of his bag. Show me how it works, he said, handing it over to Bartel. The scholar took the scroll case of monster attraction, examined it with great curiosity. This is old. He turned it around and examined it further. Very old. These cases are specially made with a preservation enchantment to maintain scrolls. If the case is suffering, though there may only be dust inside, he warned. I won't hold anything against you if there is, Richter said. Very well, my lord. I will need to blow out the lantern. However, don't want to risk even a shotted flame near such a potentially fragile document. Can you create a magical light? I also need loose sheets of enchanted paper. 1 measure of powdered crystal should be enough to enchant 20 scrolls. Simply sprinkle the crystal on top of a stack of the Chamberlain's blank paper. You may also want to create more enchanted ink. I believe you used most of the first bottle in making the spellbook. Richter nodded. Seeing no reason to skimp, he summoned 9 miss. Lights? After poking his sleeping familiar, she begrudgingly summoned another 11, nearly emptying her mana pool. Then she blew a small gust of wind into his ear as punishment for waking her, and then settled back into sleep on his shoulders. He shook his head at his sassy dragonling. The fact that such a small creature could have a mana pool of over 600 was astounding to him. Richter looked at Randalphus and said, "Distribute. These around the catacombs as you see fit. I plan on having enough mist. Lights to cover the entire village soon. With 20 mist lights, it was almost too bright in the room. But the soft grey light didn't hurt anyone's eyes." Richter used another 2 measures of crystal to make the blank scrolls and more enchanted ink. B extinguished the lantern. Now, Ready Bartle opened the case and gingerly took the scroll out. The paper was yellowed and the edges were cracked. Richter examined it and saw that the scroll itself only had 2 points of durability left out of an original total of 15. Bartle examined the scroll, obviously fascinated by such an old document, until Randalphus gave one of his characteristic throat clears. The scribe came back to himself. "I must again state that I can make no promises. My copy skill has an almost 100% success rate with items in good repair. This suffice it to say that having powerful magic constrained by such a mouldy and weak scroll might cause a reaction with my magic." "What type of reaction?" Randalphus asked with concern. The scholar started to reply, but Richter forestalled the answer. Needed to see if this could work and saw no reason to delay trying. After all, he possessed another scroll that the scholar could try to copy if the first attempt was unsuccessful. "I'm sure it will be fine, Randy." "But, my lord," the Chamberlain protested, "I'm sure Bartel is up to this task, aren't you?" Richter asked. Looking at the scholar, Randalphus turned his gaze to the man as well. The scribe quailed slightly under such scrutiny, but then said with false confidence, "Of course, Lord Richter." Bartel placed the steepled fingers of his left hand on the scroll and his other hand on the stack of blank paper. A glow surrounded his hand, and then the scroll began to pulse with the same brown light. When sparks started flying out of the sides of the magical document, Richter started to feel a bit of concern. The feeling worsened when Bartle snatched his hand back, but it was when the scroll exploded that he was completely sure that something was wrong. Papers flew through into the air, and the loud bang. Enclosed room, deafening Telena. Richter fell to the ground, stunned. When he sat up a few seconds later, he blinked randomly, dazed. Looking over, he saw Randalphus glaring at him and moving his mouth in a furious pantomime. Richter's addled mind just couldn't figure out why the Chamberlain would go to the trouble of pretending to be furious, but not actually yell out loud. Mystery or not, the chaos seed watched Randalphus really commit to the act. The Chamberlain's face even turned red as he pointed first at the scorch mark on the table where the scroll had been, then at the mess, then at his own ears. Richter really began to enjoy the show when Randalphus stopped looking at him and instead started stomping around in a circle while throwing his arms in the air, silently screaming his anger to the gods. Chapter 28. Day 112. Cuban 2. Luckily, the damage done was actually minimal. It was more of a very expensive light and sound show than a true explosion. Once Richter got his senses back, he and Alma cast weak slow heal on everyone. Their deafness. Debuff. Debuff. The dragonling also bit the shit out of his finger. She had never done that before, but apparently being blown up while sleeping and finding out that it was his fault was her trigger. She flew out of the room as soon as the spells had been cast. Randalphus kept opening and closing his jaw while glaring at his lord, apologized for not heeding his warnings. The Chamberlain seemed mostly mollified. Bartle took a bit more cajoling to calm down. Richter found this too be completely understandable, seeing as how the tips of the man's fingers had been blackened by the exploding scroll. After being healed and given a few minutes, the scribe had been able to collect himself. When Richter pulled out the second monster scroll case, though the scholar got all riled up again. All told, it took about 30 minutes before Bartal would try his copy talent for a second time. He only agreed in the end because the second scroll had survived the ravages of time to a greater extent and had a significantly higher durability once removed from the case. Richter also had to agree to stand next to the scholar while he attempted to use his talent again. The unspoken understanding was that whatever happened to Bartle would also happen to Richter, Randalphus, and be wisely waited by the door. Telena looked panicked, so Richter told her she could wait down the hall. She beat a speedy retreat. Bartle once again placed one hand on the unfurled scroll on a stack of paper, closing his eyes and crinkling his face in anticipation of calamity. The scholar's hand began to glow again. This time, the scroll and the stack of papers adopted the glow, and no sparks flew. A second later, Bartle let out a relieved sigh and opened his eyes. Done. That's it, Richter asked. That is it, Bartle said brightly. He gingerly rolled the original parchment back up and placed it in the case. He handed it back to Richter. Then he peeled back the top 4 sheets of parchment from the stack and handed them over as well. Randalphus and B rejoined them. You have found Scroll of Monster Attraction. Durability 12/12. Item class Common. Quality Weight 0.7. Traits. This is a scroll of monster attraction. Activating this scroll will attract the strongest monster within a 1-mile radius. This scroll will only affect creatures with a luminous soul level or lower. X4. Richter smiled. Woot. He owed Basil a fruit basket. The trader turned diplomat had been right. The scholars were worth every copper. looked at the rest of the stack. Why only 4? Bartle pointed to the rest of the stack. The remaining pages were still blank. Each level of my copy talent allows for 2 copies to be made. Before you ask, copies cannot be made of copies, and a document that has been copied can never be copied again. This includes blank books. For instance, if you asked me to make copies of some of the books you had, just bought, and then you created a spell book with one I could not make. More copies of it afterward. Richter's face wrinkled. The copy talent was awesome, but it seemed like the land itself conspired to compartmentalize information. What happens if one of you just open the book and write down what you see? Using that perfect scribe talent, it would take longer, but you could still make a copy. We could do exactly that, Lord Richter, B said, and the result would indeed look perfect, but it would not be a magical document. Only the copy talent can accomplish that. It not only replicates the writing, but it also replicates the magic inherent in the book. Simply trying to write down what is seen in another book will make an imitation that is magically moribund. B was still casting furtive glances at Richter's new book, Glitteredus. Richter had already assumed that would be the answer. The chaos. Seed looked at his new book and thought how it was strange that he hadn't absorbed the spell information just by writing it down. Every pen stroke and world that would sink into his mind if he triggered the spell book had been put there by him. When he searched his mind, though, he still didn't know how to cast Glitteredus. Apparently, there were no shortcuts. The Lord of the Mist Village held the book up. I am willing to let you to examine this book, but I want something in return. I need you, he said to B, to get whatever that bookmaking talent is. I have a feeling that I am going to need a great deal more blank books than we have. He looked at Bartle. What I need from you is for you to purchase the 3rd level of the copy talent. I have already told you that I am saving my talent points for a more expensive talent, Lord Richter, Bartel protested. The man's expression grew guarded. Richter could almost read his mind. He could see the scholar's fear that he might be just another noble who would force his own agenda. B spoke up as well. The writing waste for me. I must choose talents that will increase my attractiveness to one day obtain a position in a noble household. Unlike fighters, experience is very difficult for us to obtain. Richter smiled like the cat that had gotten the cream. He had already known that would be their protest, and had a response prepared. Might have a solution for that. Have you ever heard of the war leader? Skill. More specifically, the power level badge. Both of the scribes' faces had lit up at hearing how they could gain experience on a daily basis. B already had 10 talent points in reserve, and he agreed to purchase the bookmaking talent as soon as Richter ran out of spell books. The Chaos Seed also handed over his new spell book as a sweetener. Since B was only interested in examining old writ, and not. The spell itself. Richter gave him one day to copy the book. The copy might not be a true magical book, but it would still serve the scholar's purposes. In return, the scribe agreed to provide Richter, free of charge, all of the books he would need. Convincing Bartle was more difficult. Apparently, the third rank of copy cost 60 T. When Bartle explained what he was saving his points for, Richter actually agreed that it might be more useful. The talent was chord transmission. At level 1, it allowed 2 scholars with the talent to pass written messages to each other, even if they were separated by hundreds of miles. Level 2 allowed the scholars to transmit voices in real time. The third level apparently allowed each scholar to create a virtual room. When that was done, people on opposite sides of the world could interact with each other, willful visual, auditory, and tactile sensation intact. The talent was prohibitively expensive, though, with the first level, costing a whopping 100 talent points. Even though Richter desperately wanted to be able to copy spellbooks, he ultimately agreed to help level each scholar intermittently and told them that there was a permanent place in the Mist Village for talented people of character. The thoughtful look on Bartle's face showed that Richter's words had taken root. With everything done, Richter stood up. He told Bartle to meet him at the village gate after lunch the following day, and to see Crom to be outfitted in armor first. Richter had decided to take one non-combatant out each day. He would also assign a 5-man squad whose sole duty was to protect that person. The squad wouldn't be added to the war party, of course, making the division of experience Bartle said he would be. Ready. It was about 8 at night, and it was time for the feast. The scholars started to follow him, but he held up a hand and reminded them that they had an appointment with B protested, asking their loyalty was really necessary. Richter just smiled and told Talina, escort them to find. He also told the guard what she was to do with her sword if either of the men proved false. The blood drained slightly from their faces as they saw the seriousness in his gaze. Richter didn't start chuckling until he was well out of sight. He thought it was a pretty good joke. Well, it was mostly a joke. As he walked out of the catacombs, he saw another minimized prompt blinking in the corner of his vision. Congratulations. You've reached skill level 16 in trade. 0.5% bonus to buying and selling per level. Quest update. You have lent the scholar B. You have fulfilled the optional requirement of the quest. The right words. Reward. Your relationship with B has improved from neutral to kind. Reward. 313. Every little bit helps, Richter thought. The fact that his trade skill went up was particularly gratifying. He was sure that Abbas had taken him for a ride when they had last traded, and he needed to start leveling the playing field. Richter dismissed the notifications and kept walking. Not many villagers were walking around, but he was sure he would find them in the northern meadow. Alma flew ahead at his request to start creating more mist lights to hang around the quickening. Richter wasn't sure what this birth would look like, but he didn't want to miss a thing. The Chaos Seed enjoyed his walk through the village. It seemed like every time he looked there was some new change. A path worn through the grass or flowers planted in a sunny spot. The few villagers still around smiled and bowed their heads as he passed. Richter greeted each of them in kind. When he was almost to the hill, he paused because he had the strangest feeling that someone was approaching behind him. Richter turned, but didn't see anything. A moment later, however, Futon phased into view, 20 feet away. "Greetings, Lord Richter," came the deadpan greeting. "Hello, sexy face," Richter said jokingly. "Did you make any noise before you spoke? I could swear that I felt you coming before you made yourself visible." "I made no sounds, my lord." "It is possible that your bond to your place of power has deepened. That could, in turn, strengthen your bond to me." "Maybe," Richter said, thinking. He started walking again. Futon floated quietly beside him. The feeling he had had was similar to his knowledge about the location of his war party members. He cocked his head to one side and wondered if that meant his map-making skill was involved. Richter opened a translucent version of his map. The suit against his field of vision. His warband hadn't been disbanded, so he could still see exactly where Terad and Sion were. Of Bion, there was no sign. Unsurprisingly, as the gnome was in another dimension for his trial. Thinking about Nexus made Richter's face crinkle in irritation, pushed the ebony giant out of his mind. Richter zoomed in on his map, until it was only 10 feet around him. He didn't see Futon, but that could have just been because he already knew the remnant was there. The Chaos Seed stopped walking and performed a little experiment. He closed his eyes and ordered Futon to move to another location nearby. After counting to 5, he examined his map with his eyes still closed. The picture remained the same, but off to the side, there was a slight distortion on the map. Focusing on it, a prompt appeared. "Do you wish to add the location of those you are powerfully bonded with to your traveler's map? Yes or no?" Richter chose yes, and suddenly the distortion formed into a small grey orb. He could see the remnant on his map. Zooming out, he was also able to see exactly where Alma was. Even more importantly, see through her eyes was reflected on the map. He could now see what she saw in real time. Sion and Terod were also on the map, though he couldn't see through their eyes. Strangely, Elora didn't show up on the map. Testing. A theory. He dissolved the war party, and Terra disappeared from his interface, so my companions won't automatically show up on my map. Thought. Scion was still there, because he had the mapping ring. Couldn't count on tracking Terra or Elora. Still, Richter was happy about his increased capabilities. Richter further expanded his view, searching for the Shaladar, but to no avail. He hoped it would show up when it was completely tamed. Either way, the ability to know what Alma saw as a real-time feed. Awesome. It meant that she could update his domain from an aerial view. Whether this was only possible because of their increased psi bond, or whether it had always been an option, and he had just been too much of a dumbass to try. He didn't know, but would take it. The Chaos Seed quickly climbed the hill to the northern meadow and took in the sight before him. Mist lights hung in midair, forming a lighted path between where he stood and the quickening. More grey-white lights hung around the celestial tree. His people had brought up the long tables from the feast area, and he was happy to see that they had not bothered with his own high table. Tonight was a night to be with his people and celebrate life, not sit above them. Those with musical abilities were already playing, and the communal table was heavily laden with food. He was especially happy to see that the mist workers he had tasked to cut the grass had already done a great deal of work. He could make out one of them continuing to work a bit to the west. When Richter got closer to the impromptu feast area, one of the villagers raised a mug of whatever he was drinking and shouted, "Cheers to Lord Richter." Lord Richter and the Mist Village. Other shouts of, "Here, and I need another drink," rang out. There was, of course, also the obligatory call of gnomes. He waved to all of them as he walked into the dining area. Everyone got quiet while he approached the table. Richter grabbed a mug and poured himself a large ale. Then he hopped up onto one of the tables in one smooth jump. The Chaos Seed's strength and agility were high enough that he was able to do this even in full armor. The casual display of power and prowess was not lost on his people who cheered him. The abilities of his body made the move easy enough that he didn't even spill a drop of his drink. Richter looked out at his people and said, "Greetings." More cheers rang out, and people shouted back, "Greetings." "Tonight," Richter continued in a loud voice, "we will see the rebirth of a lost people. A light that was once lost in the dark will blaze back to life. Because of you and your efforts, these pixies have a home to welcome them, a home of love, strength, and laughter." Much louder, cheers rang out. Richter paused before continuing. Then he lifted his tankard. "Until they get here, let's get pissed." He tilted his head back, drained his mug in one long quaff. The shouts and applause were deafening as others followed their lord's example. Richter wiped a bit of foam from his lips and tossed the mug to one of his villagers, who went to fill it again. He waved to everyone one last time, and then hopped down. It was time to bond with his people. The night was clear, and he kept summoning mist lights as the hours passed. He handed them to his villagers, who started a game of throwing them back and forth. He was confident that his people would take them back down to the village later and spread them around. Alma played her favorite game of dive bombing, unsuspecting feasters and snatching food out of their hands. Each successful raid was followed by curses from her, victim and cheers from everyone around her vanquished foe. Lorala walked by him, trailing a sweet fragrance. She didn't say anything, but her smile made it clear he should have some star xenia ready for later. When he saw her walk over to the twins and start drinking and laughing together, his mouth started to water, while somehow his throat went dry. Scion kicked his foot to bring him back to the conversation had been having. Richter stuttered and made excuses, but his friend just gave him a smug look and kept talking. The Chaos Seed walked around, meeting with everyone he could. Samako walked up at some point and gave him the good news that he could trust the scholar's words. He was not as happy to get an earful about how she was not a slave/lie detector, there to quiz people at his whim. It was only by throwing Scion under the bus that he was able to escape a major tongue lashing after he had asked if his friend's back cough had resolved. Itself, Samiko started examining her fellow sprite. The exams seemed to mostly involve her poking Scion with a bony finger, but it still let retreat to the sound of his companions squawking in protest. After people had eaten and drank their fill, they started filing under the canopy of the quickening, in ones, twos, and larger groups. His people found spots on the grass to relax. Some had planned ahead and had blankets with them. He walked over to Terad and Isabel, who greeted him warmly. The captain had apparently made peace with their earlier disagreement, returned their salutations and told Sarai to make sure the war party ready to go after lunch on the morrow. Richter told the captain they would be trying for the Chivalry Frond again. Terad also nodded when Richter told him to also arrange for a backup strike team to protect Bot. After that, he left the loving couple and continued to make his rounds. His people talked and laughed together for hours. Richter spent time with many of them, but he also took a solitary moment to observe what he had created. Gnomes, humans, elves, sprites, and dwarves, together and shared a joyous camaraderie. The grey luminance of the mist, lights reflected off of the silver undersides of the quickening's leaves, giving the feel that they were all standing in a castle's great hall rather than in the middle of a forest. Moments like this reminded him of what his battles and sacrifices were all about. He was making something to be proud of, something that was worth fighting for, and something that deserved his. Or Richter did one other thing while he was walking around. He tried to keep it quiet, but soon there was a bit of an uproar. After that, there was a lot of pushing and shoving, but it was all good. Natured, and before long, every one of his villagers had drunk a potion. Clarity. The potential lost revenue was astronomical. 102,000 gold, but Richter decided it was worth it. With the birth of the pixies, he would fulfill at least 2 quests. Involved the quickening. The last time he had finished a quest involving the celestial tree, everyone in the village had received 5,000 experience points. That was enough to get most of them to levels. He knew that there was a possibility that he was just wasting an extremely valuable resource, but his people were worth it. There was also another benefit. More than once, he received a prompt that his relationship with a specific villager had increased because of his largest the chaos. Seed smiled happily. No matter what happened, he could rest easy knowing his people were happy. More hours passed and some of the villagers fell asleep on the grass. Everyone woke, however, when a large creaking noise echoed through the meadow. Richter looked quickly towards the trunk of the quickening and saw that some of the smaller trunks that comprised octoball helix of the whole trunk were moving apart. It had always been possible to see through gaps in the helix and visualize the hollow interior, the tree, but now one of those hand-sized holes was stretching larger and larger. The gap widened and the creaking noise grew louder as the tendrils of the silver tree drew further apart. It didn't stop until the hole was several feet across. The noise stopped and the air was pregnant with anticipation. Everyone watched the tree in breathless excitement. No one spoke, and the tree remained still. Then, almost gracefully, a slender branch bent. Down from the celestial tree's canopy. The tip of the branch reached inside of the hollow trunk and then withdrew smoothly. Hanging from the end of the silver tendril was the cocoon that held every pixie in the land. The cocoon shined silver in the mist lights, made of the same material as the quickening's trunk. Light seeped through the threads of Elora's nest in many places. The cocoon rotated slightly at the end of the branch that had hooked it. Blue, yellow, black and gold lights shined in all directions, making it look a multicolored disco ball. Slowly, the rotation stopped. All was quiet again. Then came the sound. It sounded like a crystal bell the size of a mountain had been lightly struck 7 times. Ting, 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 ting. With each pure note, an invisible and insubstantial distortion emanated from the cocoon and spread out in all directions. The sound was almost deafening, but the clarity and purity of the chimes made it impossible to be upset or even to consider that the tones heralded danger. Everyone present knew that what they were hearing and seeing was one of the purest expressions of good they might ever experience. They waited, breathless, as the lights coming from the cocoon faded away. The top of the cocoon began to unravel. Several inches of silver thread fell away, and a sphere was revealed. It was white as cream and reflected the light of the mist lights around it. The ball rose slightly in the air and moved free of the silky nest that had covered it, as it slowly floated free of the silver womb. Different colors played across its surface. First, light blue of glacial ice, then the darkness of pre-dawn, followed by the gold of the setting sun. The last color Richter could see was the rich yellow of marigolds in spring. The cocoon continued to unravel, and more spheres floated free. These had only one color each, however, either black, gold, blue, and was smaller than the first. The globes continued to float free of the cocoon one after the other, until 101 spheres floated in the air in front of the quickening. The silver threads of the silky nest piled on the ground beneath the branch that had held it. The tendril withdrew back into the canopy, and the loud creaking began again as the helical trunk, the celestial tree, moved back into its original position. Silence reigned once. Again, the first and largest sphere began to vibrate. Then, with a barely audible pop, the top of the ball disappeared. All that was left was the bottom of the globe and the figure that knelt upon it. The pixie was clad in a silver dress that contoured to her small body. It was neither demure nor provocative. It was simply perfect. The pixie stood and faced the villagers, and Richter realized with shock that he was looking at Elora. He easily recognized her face, but she had changed. When she had initially been released from the chrysalis, had the softer features of a girl on the cusp of womanhood. She had also been 6 inches tall, and her skin was the color of ripe blueberries. That did not describe the creature that now stood before him. Elora now had the refined features of a woman. She stood a foot tall, and her skin was a smooth silver. Smooth white hair fell straight and full down her back until it reached her knees. It was not the white of age, but rather of freshly fallen snow. Her 4 wings extended behind her, and all present could see that each wing was the color of one of the lights had come from the cocoon. Her eyes opened, and the blue sclera, remembered, were replaced by the creamy white of the quickening's leaves. The irises remained violet, but were now a purer purple than Richter could ever recall seeing before. Each villager instinctively knew what they were seeing. They had witnessed the rebirth of a queen. Richter continued to look at his companion, unsure as to what would happen now. When they had first met, Elora had been a frightened girl. Above him was something else entirely. This was a ruler, a cynical part of Him began to wonder if he had actually done the right thing by allowing her to bind to his celestial tree. Had he just given up ownership of his own place of power? Richter hated that his pragmatism and insecurity, marring such a wonderful and pure moment. But this was who he was. Doubt and suspicion started to worm their way even deeper into his heart. But then she locked eyes with him and smiled. Her smile was not that of a conqueror or a usurper. It was the smile of a friend who had missed his face. Richter chided himself silently for his weakness and fear. Her simple expression of affection halted his downward, emotional spiral. Then she began to sing, and he knew in his heart that he would never doubt her again. Alora's wings beat, and she rose into the air. The sphere behind, it faded away, and she hovered in the air as her song enspelled everyone present. It began as a haunting melody. As before, her song had no words, but they were not needed. When she had first spoken to Richter after being released from her chrysalis, her voice was like the piping notes of a piccolo. Now, however, her singing was the smooth tones of a soulful flute. She sang of her mother, of forlorn loss, daughter's love that stretched through the centuries. Her voice grew deeper, and it spoke of loneliness. She had awoken, alone in a world that had turned strange, bereft of family or comfort. There was another soft pop, and a second sphere opened. A pixie knelt on the remains of the sphere and unfurled her wings. Her skin was silver like Alora's, but her wings and hair were pitch black. Unlike her queen, she was only 6 or 7 inches tall. Her face and body were of a young girl, and she was wearing a simple silver slip. Her eyes opened, and he saw that they were a pale lavender. The pixie's wings beat, and she rose into the air, the remains of her sphere fading away. She flew to hover behind her queen, and her soprano voice rose too, match her queen's cool alto. The 2 pixies did not sing alone for long. More spheres faded away, and each gave birth to pixies who joined the song. All were silver, skinned and clothed in either silver slips or pants. They all looked like young teens, and as more were birthed, it became clear that there were 4 basic groups. Some had raven hair like the first of Alora's brood that had been born, but others had shining golden hair with wings like translucent gold foil. Another type had curly blue hair with white tips, giving the appearance of waves breaking on a shore, and their wings were made of a thin blue gel material. The last type were blondes, and their pale yellow wings softly diffused the light that passed through the delicate membranes. The males were 1 or 2 inches taller than the females, but of the 100 new pixies born, only 20 were men. Each pixie born raised their voice to sing with their queen. Beneath the silver-white boughs of the quickening, the mist villagers watched and listened in awe as the pixies created a miracle of music. More emotionally, charged in any music Richter had ever heard before. His emotions reflected the song. The leaves of the quickening began to vibrate, adding a subtle hum to the Pixies' chorus. Elora led her people to sing of the history, of her people, of endless miles, of carefully tended forest, and of a race selflessly devoted to life. Her voice rose in jubilation as she sang, wordlessly, of a people reborn, and of a future bright with promise. Tears, beauty of hope, though neither he nor any of the villagers were aware of it. The song changed them all. Everyone present relaxed in their faces, smoothed as some of the worries of the years fell away. Richter smiled and shared joyous looks with his people as they watched the Pixies sing of the past, present, and future. Everyone present made a silent vow to do whatever was necessary to safeguard this new and fragile race. The Pixies' voices crescendoed, and one at a time they ceased their song. First Elora, then the rest grew silent, one at a time. The harmony they created still hung in the air, though the lingering peals of a church bell. The leaves of the quickening continued to vibrate ever so slightly in counterpoint. Elora and the rest smiled down at the villagers. Prompts began to obscure Richter's vision. Hark and rejoice. A new race has been born to the land. The union of Elora, the royal pixie queen, and the quickening has created pixies. A celestial race has once again made its home on this plane. Enemies of goodwill shake in fear this day, while avatars of purity rejoice. Congratulations! You have won plus 7,000 fame points. Your actions have directly led to the creation of the celestial pixies. Chime. Congratulations! You have advanced a reputation. Level 4. You are a man worthy of respect. New quests and opportunities will now become available to you. Know this. Your presence at the birth of the first celestial pixies, hearing their song of joy and remembrance, has changed you. Others who witness this blessed event, the song will hang in the air for 1 month and will affect all who hear it in the following ways. Minus 5% lifetime ability to deal damage for all present with a negative alignment. Plus 5 to charisma for all present with at least plus 5 to luck for those present with at least plus 1, alignment 5%. Mana cost for those present with at least a plus 2 alignment, plus 5 to intelligence for those present with at least a plus 3 alignment. Quest update. To increase the level of a celestial tree requires more than sun and rain. Goodness and virtue are also necessary to increase the vigor of the quickening, involving it in the birth of a new celestial race has greatly increased its progress towards level 3. Continue to involve it in such births to reach its next iteration. Being in the presence of celestial beings will also increase this growth. Know this. Pixies are born of the union of pixie females in trees. The close bond of the quickening with your place of power has told progeny. Each pixie-born will be linked to at least one of the basic elements. The celestial nature of these pixies also increases the chance of birthing a new royal pixie. You have completed the quest. Resurgence of Life 3. Your diligence and hard work have resulted in the birth of a new race. You have protected Elora and her progeny while they have grown, transformed into celestial pixies. Your generosity in allowing Elora to bind to the quickening has paid dividends for the land. Reward. All celestial pixies have a high regard for you. Baseline. Relationship trusted. Reward. Increased relationship with Elora, the celestial pixie queen. Relationship is increased from loyal to ally. Reward. 12,500. Experience. Bonus reward. Your people have once again been present at the emergence of a celestial event. All villagers present, receive 2,000 experience. Bonus. Reward your relationship with everyone. Present. Celestial Pixies is improved by 1 level. Know this. Your efforts have drastically aided the development of your people. Change in morale is doubled in light of your generosity with the potions of clarity. Morale increase by plus 500. D I N. The morale of your village has increased from plus 174, base 151. Health plus 7%. Richter administrative skill. Morale rank increased from neutral to happy. Your guidance has made the general mood of your village increase. Plus 10% to population growth, 10% to productivity, 10% to fighting spirit. Change in loyalty is doubled in light of your generosity with the potions of clarity. Loyalty increased by plus 500. DING. The loyalty of your village is increased from plus 215 base plus 190 to 5%. Health plus 7%. Richter administrative skill 2 plus 801. Neutral to dependable. You have shown yourself to be a capable leader and exemplify ideals they believe in. Your people are not just a collection of individuals anymore. 20% to productivity. Know this. The song of joy and remembrance has caused many of your people to now be dedicated to the celestial pixies. Any betrayal or serious damage to their ranks could negatively impact the loyalty of your people. Know this. More than 90% of your people had increased their charisma by plus 5. 5% bonus to population growth. Richter was stunned by the massive amount of prompts. He shuffled through them quickly. Each was important, and he couldn't wait to get to the next. A quick check of his status page showed that his charisma had indeed increased by 5 points. Even more importantly, though, was a new race. He had hoped that the pixies might gain some sort of power from being linked to the quickening, but he hadn't expected that. They would evolve. Richter used to analyze on one of the black pixies. Name: race, celestial pixie disposition. Pixies have always been a force of good in the land. Peaceful by nature, but deadly when necessary. The forest and plants of this world flourished under their care. The union of Queen Alora. Quickening has created the race of celestial pixies. Celestial pixies are bound to at least one of the powers that comprise the mist villages. Place of power. This pixie is bound to dark magic. The customary magical attack of the pixie is now augmented by this magic and can cause momentary blindness. Magical attacks will increase in power, with character leveling and extra effects may be added. The evolved state of these pixies results in extra points to distribute per level. Celestial pixies receive 2 points to distribute per level. Gives +3 to dexterity, +1 to agility, and +1 to intelligence. Predecessors which received 1.2 distribute per level, and +2 dexterity and +1 to agility. Celestial pixies, like their predecessors, receive a racial boost to movement speed. Level 1. Health 30, mana 110, strength 2, agility, dexterity, constitution 3, endurance 5, intelligence 11, wisdom 10, charisma 12, luck 10. Richter's eyes bulged. The celestial pixies got 7 points per level, just like the angel Hisako had summoned once. He could see that. Beings of higher planes were in a different league. His plane. The small flyers' dexterity and agility were high for only being level 1. On the other hand, her strength, constitution, but abnormally low. It confused Richter for a second until he remembered the conversation he had had with Sion about characteristic modifiers based on size. It then made perfect sense that such a tiny creature would have lower hit points and strength and have higher agility. It meant that as the pixies leveled, their speed would be truly amazing. On the other hand, if they added every free point to constitution, their health might not break. 100. He also realized that the characteristics were probably lower. Because he was analyzing a child, her stats might be higher when she was fully grown. What was the magical attack that was referenced, though? Richter used analyze on the other types of pixies. Their stats were basically the same, though the strength and constitution of the males were usually a point higher. The pixies with the blue wings had an attack that slowed enemies, and the pixies associated with air magic had a chance to stun opponents. The gold pixies were associated with life magic. Their attack had no extra effect, but apparently they had a second ability to heal. The more he learned, the more one particular question started spinning through Richter's head. Where could he get more celestial pixies? The pixies had just been hovering after their song ended, up in the emotions of the song as the villagers had been. They seemed to come out of their reverie all at once. However, joy, 100 small voices seemed to speak at once as the pixies greeted their brothers and sisters and paid respect to their queen. Richter couldn't follow the conversation of all of the small creatures at once, could at least understand pixie speak. Unlike most everyone else present, he smiled bemusedly as he was able to zero in on individual conversations. He discovered that though the pixies might look like teens, their babble was that of 10-year-old children. The pixie children kept asking each other if one had seen this person, or another had smelled that scent. It struck Richter that he was watching race experience the world for the first time. Everyone else just gazed at them in amazement. As they flew about, trails of sparkles were left behind. Like an afterimage that faded a moment later, Richter's gaze was brought back to his companion. Elora began, flying towards him, and he accessed her status page. Name Elora. Age 17. Level 16. Health 70 mana, 270 stamina, 80. Strength 4. Agility 32. Dexterity 73. Constitution 7. Endurance 9. Intelligence 27. Wisdom, Charisma 11. Luck 11. Abilities: Celestial Pixie Song, Tree Communion, Fate's Companion, Force Blast. Skills: Herb Lore, LVL 58, 96% Affinity. Air Magic, LVL 1, 0% to next level, 100% Affinity. Life Magic LVL 1, 0% to next level, 100% Affinity. Water Magic LVL 1, 0% to next level, 100% Affinity. Dark Magic LVL 1, 0% to next level, 100% Affinity. Marks: none. Resistances: Air Magic, Life Magic 16%, Water Magic 16%, Dark Magic 16%. Race Celestial Pixie. Reputation. Alignment 3. Language: Pixie, Common, High Nature. Looking at her page raised far more questions than answers. The first thing that piqued his curiosity was her advanced level. If he remembered correctly, she had only been level 7 when she entered the cocoon. Now Elora was level 16. Had she really been able to gain 9 levels just from being his companion as he completed quests? Richter thought about it and realized that she must have gained over 120,000 experience since she had emerged from the... He shook his head slightly in bemusement. She stopped to hover before him, before Richter could speak. One more prompt appeared. Know this. Your companion Nalora has completed a quest. Your companion had been given the impossible task of reviving her species. She has succeeded beyond the expectations of any god or goddess that might still observe the land, and she was rewarded appropriately. As her companion, you will receive the same experience. Reward. 93,750. Experience. Richter's mouth dropped open, judging by Alora's startled expression. The massive amount of experience was a surprise to her as well. It was the first time that he regretted using his talent point conversion. Once she got over her shock, he watched her face firm with a decision. Made. My Lord Richter, she began with her musical voice. You have kept me and my people safe. You are a man of honor and strength. In this new world, my people and I will need the strength of a ruler such as you. Will you accept us into your tribe? Will you accept our oaths of fealty? Richter hadn't known what his companion would say, but it wasn't that. He looked at the celestial being in surprise. You are welcome too. Reside in my village forever. Elora, you do not need to swear fealty to me. To make this true, Elora raised her voice and spoke clearly in pixie speak. All of her chattering children ceased what they were doing and flew down to hover behind her. Elora descended until she was only an inch above the ground, and then, to his surprise, the graceful creature then knelt and bowed her head. All of her progeny landed as well, and they formed a triangle, fanning out behind their queen. Richter went down on one knee to help her up. But before he could, she started speaking again in common. Elora, Queen of the Celestial Pixies, to you, my Lord Richter, from now unto my very death, I will protect you and your interests to the best of my ability and without deceit. Furthermore, I swear my line to you until another queen is born to make choices of her own. I ask that you protect my people. My absence, guide them. We will live and fight under your command. Elora, the Celestial Pixie Queen. More than that, however, she has sworn her entire clan and bloodline until another queen is born, who will make decisions of her own with her progeny. The entire meadow was silent. The people of the Mist Village held their breath as they watched a queen kneel before their lord. Richter felt the weight of their attention, but he also felt something else. The air was heavy with possibility. It felt like he could feel the fulcrum of the universe balancing in that moment of time. This was a moment. It might even be a moment What he did and said next might change the fate of worlds. Could refuse her pledge. Part of him felt that he ought to do just that. Elora was only 17 years old, after all. She felt bereft and alone in the world. Maybe he shouldn't trust the impulsive decision of a lonely child. Queen, or not. Richter searched his heart. There were 1,000 reasons why he shouldn't accept, and 1,000 why he should. All of these arguments spun through his head in that frozen moment in time. Ultimately, he just stayed true to who he was. He was a man who would rather live his life by what he hoped to be true, rather than what he feared to be true. Words rose from something inside of him and spilled out into the land. Oath of fealty, and swear to honor your pledge with the same gravity which it was given. I swear to do my utmost to preserve your line. Clan, if any raise a hand against you. Body, if any raise arms against you, my blade shall take their life. If any set their will against you, I will break their mind and soul. As had happened before, Richter felt that he was merely the conduit for these words. These were not merely words. They were the spoken component to a spell older and more powerful than any he had ever cast. He had bound the fate of a fledgling race to his will and power. Only time would tell if he had furthered the cause of good or evil. As that thought crossed his mind, a small voice inside asked, was there not a third option? The pixies rose back into the air and started chatting again. But this time, they were joined by the villagers, Huhut, the tiny celestial beings. Richter and his flying companion just looked at one another and shared a moment of camaraderie, a calm island in the sea, of noise around them. Richter was about to start peppering the Queen with questions, but then something fascinating occurred. Scion walked past everyone, moving towards the trunk of the quickening. Above him floated a pixie male. His wings were yellow with air magic, and he looked down at the sprite as he flew. The distance between them decreased as the pixie lost elevation, until the two were two. Richter watched his friend, curious as to what was happening. Without ceremony, Scion went down on one knee. The sprite cupped his hands in front of his face, and the pixie landed in them. The yellow-winged man reached out and placed his hands on Scion's temples before he leaned forward until their foreheads touched. Scion spoke a phrase in sprite speak that had the cadence of ritual. The pixie responded in his own language, and a silver egg sprung into existence around the two of them. The bottom of the oval spheroid was buried in the ground, giving the shell that marked where Richter's best friend had stood the solidity of an obelisk. All that Chaos Seed could do was stare into the reflective surface and wonder at his friend's last words. Chapter 29, Day 112, Kubuntu, 15,000. Richter was alarmed and was starting to run over until Elora's small hand touched his face. He looked at her, and she told him not to worry. "It is the maiden," she said. Richter had to actively engage his gift of tongues, ability to understand the concept she spoke of, but after a moment he knew she was speaking of the fate bond. She went on to explain that one of the pixies' racial abilities was fate's companion. It apparently created a lifelong and irrevocable bond between the pixie and their sprite that held the other part of their destiny. The bond was intense and eternal, apparently stronger than the companion bond he already had with his friend. He remembered when Hisako had first spoken of the pixie race. Several months ago, she had said that every sprite was born with half of destiny and that a pixie possessed the other half. The chaos seed had. Thought the Hearth Mother had been speaking in hyperbole, but apparently not. Inside the sphere, Scion and the pixie were creating a bond, their very souls. Elora assured him that his friend would emerge, stronger than before. "When will he come out?" Richter asked. He walked towards the silvery shell, but stopped short of touching it. Other villagers had noticed the shining egg and were coming over to inspect it as well. Elora floated up beside him and gently placed a hand on the shell with a smile on her face. "The maiden will end when they are both ready. You do not need to fear, my lord. Sheeta maiden are normally very strong, with the essence of the quickening involved. Imagine they will be quite safe until the bonding is complete." Richter still didn't like the idea of his best friend being sealed away from the world, but excited exclamations caught his attention and made him look to the right. One of the pixie guards had gone down on one knee, and a gold pixie was flying down into his hands. Richter could see that it was the same guard that said he had heard voices. As soon as the pixie alighted, she placed her forehead against his, and another silver shell sprung into existence. The remaining sprite guard looked around in disappointment, but no other pixies came down to join with them. There was one more maiden to be created. Sumiko came running up to the quickening, faster than Richter would have thought possible. She didn't even seem to see any of the villagers around her. Before anyone could say anything, she knelt, words and bonded with a life pixie. Another silver shell popped into existence. WTF, Richter thought with irritation and alarm. How could she just bind to a pixie like that without talking to him first? What if there were more undead to fight? What if someone got seriously hurt? What if? Richter suddenly stopped his mental recriminations of the woman when he realized how he sounded. He just finished his last thought with, what if he just put his big boy pants on and made do until she finished her? Transformation. He shook his head at his own panic. When had he come to be so dependent on the sprite? He supposed that was how it worked in any world, though. One moment, a woman is yelling at you, live without her. Several dozen pixies did start to crowd around Elora. They spoke in pixie speak, faster than even Richter could understand, and they looked agitated. For some reason, the existence of the silver shells had triggered something in some of the pixie children. One of the life pixies started flying away from the tree, but a sharp word from Elora brought the child back into the throng surrounding her. Her offspring continued to speak in excited and stressed tones, which was strange because dozens of others seemed not at all concerned and continued to play with the villagers. 3 were even chasing Armor around, though they weren't fast enough to catch her yet. Elora listened for a few more moments, then with a special irritation ability all mothers are born with, she spoke sharply. One pixie had started to fly away. Her children quieted as she continued to speak, and they started hanging their heads, cowed. Richter smirked a bit. The loose translation was, "You will do as I say. You will not leave this village without permission. You will regret it if you try." The last thing she said was somewhat confusing, though. "I will ask him." "Yes. Now." Then she shooed them away with her hand. It was quite comical to see 7-inch tall creatures hanging their heads as they slowly floated away. If they didn't have wings, he was sure they would be shuffling their feet. The chastised pixie children flew back several yards, and for some reason they all started staring at him. The other pixies continued to play with the villagers, much to his people's delight. Elora came forward, and her expression was intent. Richter was still smiling, but his grin slipped. "Bit. What is it?" he asked. "My lord, I am sorry to ask a boon of you. Loyalty, but there is a problem," she began to explain. When she was done, a quest prompt appeared. "You have been offered a quest, Fate's companion." Some of the celestial pixies can feel their Mitamaiden through their ability Fate's companion. They wanted to leave the safety of the quickening immediately in search for the sprites they would bond with, but Elora wisely has forbidden that. The Queen cannot ignore the needs of her people. However, nor can she refuse to honor one of the core facets of pixie nature. She has told you that the birth of the celestial pixies from the cocoon sent a signal through the land. Sprites that have a pixie Mitamaiden waiting for them will be drawn to this position. Queen Elora asks that you do what you can to safely bring the sprites to the village. You will be rewarded for each maiden that is successfully created. Reward unknown. Do you accept? Yes or no? Richter accepted the quest. No matter what Elora had asked, he would have said yes. But inside he was gnashing his teeth. Sprites were natural woodsmen, so he didn't really have too much fear about them making their way safely through the forest. The problem would happen when the sprites got to the mists. Richter couldn't rely on the sprites' sense of their pixie mighty maiden to bring them safely to the village. Confusing mists was a spell created to do exactly what it said. Even if you thought you were putting one foot in front of the other, the mists would lead you astray. Is there anything you can do to help me find these sprites? He asked his companion. I will do what I can, but the mists around us cover more than 300 square miles. My children will be able to sense the general direction of their Matu maiden when they are close. My Lord Richter, the ones that were speaking to me can feel their counterparts, so they must be relatively close. The one that tried to fly off told me that her Michu maiden was very close, and in that direction she gestured to the south. My other children say that their mighty maiden are approaching. Richter's eyes followed the direction of her pointed arm into the forest, the pitch-black forest, the one full of monsters, the one where a lone sprite might be lost in at that very moment. After a deep sigh, and a mental query of why things could never just be easy, Richter shook his sleepy, addled head and said, Let's do this. Chapter 30, Day 112. Kuban 2. At his command, Tered and Calder started to get together there. Best fighters. Richter told them to choose people that had both speed and endurance. This was going to be a surgical operation. They would find Sprite, add him to the war party, and haul us back to the safety of the village. He specified that everyone needed to be clear. Richter himself had had an ale or 7, but his high constitution had already filtered out most of the effects. For the first time, Quasia stepped forward and volunteered to help. The dark magic adept said that there was no better time for her to offer aid. Richter wasn't about to argue. Besides, he thought, only 2 distant moons were present in the sky, and neither were full. He simply thanked her and sent her to stand with Tered. Zar also stepped forward and told Richter he had a spell that could increase the speed of a group. Going through the forest, my child can guide you with better accuracy as she gets closer, Elora said. We will both go with you. Richter shook his head. I wish I could refuse the help of both of you, but I will need your child to have any chance of finding the sprite. You, however, cannot come. Elora. Lord Richter, the Queen said in a stern but high voice, I will not allow my newly born offspring to go into danger without me. Pixie young are born with some inherent memories, and so are not as helpless as most. Newborns, but they are still children. They are without guile. I can't let my daughter go into such danger without me. Richter looked at Elora, forcing himself to listen, and not just speak. Without considering her viewpoint, she made a valid argument. He knew next to nothing about pixies in general, let alone pixie children. The fact remained The Queen was ignoring the more important issues. Elora, I understand what you are saying. This is your child. You take her safety seriously. She nodded earnestly. Richter pointed up. Then what about them? All of your other children need you as well. They need you now. He sighed, but didn't shy from what he said next. Other point, though, is that you cannot risk yourself. Your children are precious, but you, and you alone, are the key to the survival of your entire race. If you die, then pixies vanish from the face of the land. You must stay here. Elora opened her mouth to argue again. But Richter beat her. The punch, if you die, the quickening dies as well. The Queen's mouth snapped shut, and tears welled in the corner of her luminous eyes. For the first time since emerging from the cocoon, Richter saw the young girl that the Queen still was. I have to protect my daughter. That is what a queen does. My mother gave her life for me. He wished he had time to comfort her, but the forest was full of danger, and a lone sprite was lost in them. Protect all of your children, Queen Elora, Richter said formally. As your liege, I order you to safeguard them while I search with your daughter for her might. This is my command. He felt like an absolute shit speaking to the vulnerable woman like this, but maybe the best thing he could do for her was to give her an escape hatch from her guilt. The Pixie Queen's face firmed, and despite the tears rolling down her cheeks, she replied just as formally, As you command. Elora called to the life pixie girl that had tried to fly off on her own. The child came and hovered in front of her mother. You will obey, Lord Rick, immediately and without fail. Find your middle maiden and return. Immediately to the quickening, I name you Yura. Richter's ability translated the name as Seeker. I will take care of her, Richter said. Elora nodded and corralled the rest of her children towards the silver trunk of the quickening. A few seconds later, they had all disappeared into the leafy canopy. The chaos. Seed walked over to the captain of his guard. Before he spoke to the captain, he looked at Alma. Your main job is to keep her safe, he told his familiar, indicating Yura. I will see her back safely to Quickening Master. I know you will. My love, he thought back. Yura, you will stay with Alma the entire time. If things become dangerous, you will ride her back to the village. You're my... The pixie girl bowed her head and in a small voice spoke in pixie. Speak. Yes. Anka Wichter. His heart twinged at hearing her small voice. What was he doing? Was he really taking a newly born child out into the wild at night? He shook his head. Elora would not have asked him to do this if it wasn't necessary. Richter supposed he could understand if these two were truly bound by fate. What would it mean if one of them died? Would either of their lives have meaning afterward? Richter focused on the task at hand. He gave a command. Before, addressing his war party, and it was for Roswan, Richter told him to build defensible walls at the top and bottom of the hill. It had been in the back of his mind to do that for some time, in light of the many valuable areas that were in the glade. The Scathigs, the dragons, Cauldron, the Crystal Garden. If Richter could have put the Forge of Heavens in the meadow as well. Would have, the builder answered with his customary nod. Graham Richter took that as assent. The Chaos Seed turned his attention to the group his captain had assembled. Terrad, Calder, Yulind, Quasir, and Zar stood next to two hunters with bows, and two other guards in leather armor, waists and shields slung on their backs. He already saw one problem. Calder, there is no way you will be able to keep up with the pace. Going to set with the medium armor you wear, let alone that vault door. Call a shield. I don't have time to argue. Besides, I need you to stay here and organize strike parties for tomorrow. I have a feeling we are going to be getting a great deal of company over the upcoming days, and we will need teams to do double time to escort pixies and then bring sprites back safely. Hearing the firm tone in his liege's voice, Calder merely saluted and walked off to bark orders at his fellow guards. Richter quickly analyzed the others and saw that one of the guards with maces was still level 5. He told her to stay as well. Then he checked both swords in their scabbards. Looking around at everyone else, he brought them into his war party. Then he took off at a fast jog. Behind him, Randolphus carefully gathered up the silver threads of the cocoon. Richter sent out a mental call before he got to the village gate. He jogged through the war party, running past the sentries who stood at attention with fists covering their hearts. They whispered to each other afterwards, and one said he felt sorry for whoever and whatever had stirred their lord's ire in the middle of the night. The war party stopped at the inside of the second trench. They clustered together, and Quasir cast a concealment and a high level dark vision spell on them, while Zar cast strong forest travel. The very darkness of the night cloaked them from view, and their movement speed increased by 50% as long as they stayed within the hour of both spells. Richter gave both adepts. Izada and Familiar kept pace beside him as he led the party. Miles flew by. The adepts periodically updated their buffs. One of the benefits to working with higher level magic users was that each knew enough spells that they could cast another similar spell while they waited for their stronger spells, cooldowns, to elapse. Yura took up position in Richter's fallen hood, and she whispered directions to him. Alma scouted ahead. Twice the dragonling had them alter course slightly. The first time, to avoid a pack of grey scorpions that were the size of cats. The second, Time to skirt a shambling humanoid with long arms and overly developed muscles. Richter knew he would have to go out again tomorrow, attempt to hunt these things down, but tonight was about finding the sprite. While they travelled, Richter dealt with a series of prompts that he had yet to address. Your village has grown by leaps and bounds. Another 101. Sentients have been added to your population, increasing it to 600. And never forget, there are consequences to your actions. The following adjustments have been made to your village values. Average morale has decreased from plus 755 to plus 641. Average loyalty has decreased from plus 801 to plus 679. No change in morale or loyalty ranks. After 8 miles, Yura grew excited and said she could feel. They were close. The war party ran down a hill and saw the sprite. It was immediately apparent to Richter that she was different from the sprites he had seen before. The people of the Hearth Tree celebrated nature and lived in the forest, but they were civilized and structured. This woman looked almost like a wild creature. Her hair was gnarled and she wore animal skins of various colors. She had a bow in her hand and an arrow nocked. The weapon was pointed in the direction of the war party. It was clear that she could not see them, either due to the natural darkness Quasia's spell, the mists, but she had heard them. A blue nimbus surrounded the arrow. She charged it with her magic. Richter motioned for everyone to stop. He took cover behind a tree, and the other party members did the same. We are friends, he called out. In sprite speak, I have brought your At his words, a visible relief crossed her face, but she was still not wholly convinced. I cannot see you. Put down your weapon and I will come out to meet you. My name is Richter, and I am the lord of these lands. I've brought a war party, bring you to safety, but we cannot linger. The woods are not safe at night. She hesitated for a moment longer, but then discharged her arrow. A nearby boulder. A large boom sounded, and a few stone chips flew. Otherwise, there was no harm done. Though the sprite's skill imbue arrow was impressive, once the mana was committed, the arrow had to be shot. That meant that any bad beasties out there now knew their position. Richter had Quasia dismissed their concealment, and he selected the sprite female and gave her immunity to the mists. Annalise showed that her name was Moss. What was interesting was that her race was forest. Sprite, not wood sprite. Name, Mose. Race, forest sprite. Disposition, neutral. Forest sprites have the same reverence for nature as their cousins, the wood sprites, but to a greater degree. They cherish unbroken wilderness and strive to live within the natural order of life, more solitary than other sprites. Forest sprites can often forge bonds with animals. Forest Sprites get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level gives +2. Dexterity. Age 23. Level 7, 39%. Health 150. Mana 78, 140. Strength 12. Agility 15. Dexterity 2. Constitution 15. Endurance 14. Intelligence 10. Wisdom 11. Charisma 9. Luck 9. Mosa. Richter greeted her. When she was able to see him, I have someone who wants to meet you. This is Yura. The golden pixie flew from out of his hood and towards the forest. Sprite. Mosa's face took on an expression of wonder, and she started to go. Down on one knee, Richter strode forward and quickly grabbed her arm. The sprite looked at him in hostility, and one hand reached toward a hilt. Her belled. We don't have time for this, Richter said in sprite speak. There is plenty of time for the meeting. Once we are safe, I cannot risk Yura being out in the wilds any longer. The sprite's face calmed, and she nodded. I am certain something has been stalking me. Richter's eyes widened, and he looked around. Any more time? I am going to bring you into my war party. Do you assent? She nodded, and he brought her into the last position in the war. Party. Quasir re-established their dark magic concealment. Off. Yura wanted to fly next to her mighty maiden. Richter was all it took for the pixeling to go back into his hood again. With Elma leading, they were able to avoid any attacks and safely made it back to the village. The journey had taken several hours, but they had been successful. Richter left the adder outside of the walls again, telling it to hunt and keep guard, and led the forest sprite up to the quickening. He was somewhat unsure about leading a stranger to the celestial tree. Decided to put faith in the pixie's cosmic bond. Allow me to bond with Yura Maus demanded. Richter was exhausted after battling for almost an entire day. Mention a forced run through the woods at night. He just waved away. Mosa's bad manners and arrogant request. You'll come. Meet the queen. She will decide who is bonding to whom. Now come on. Richter walked to the quickening, Maus continuing to speak in agitated tones behind him. Yura stayed in his hood, as he ordered. As soon as the forest sprite saw the celestial tree, her mouth snapped shut. When she was under the actual leaves, a look of wonder crossed her face as the song of joy and remembrance took effect. Richter wasn't sure what her alignment was, but having between 5 and 15 characteristic points added to your stats all at once must have been astounding to the forest sprite. Either way, one odd thing was that the remaining sprite guards seemed to be glaring daggers at the forest sprite, but Mosa barely spared him a glance. She looked with interest at the silver shells around Cyan and the sprite. God, but she fell to her knees in adoration when Allura and the other pixies flew down from the silver canopy above. Yura flew over to Allura. Mother and daughter held hands and placed their foreheads together while hovering in the air, while sparkling. Dust fell from their bodies to evaporate a moment later. They let go, and Allura flew to look at Richter. "Thank you for bringing my daughter, my Tamarden, back safely, my lord." Allura nodded to her daughter. The life pixie flew down to nestle inside of Mosia's hands. They touched. Foreheads, and a shell appeared around them. A prompt appeared in Richter's vision. Quest update. Fate's companion. You have successfully brought two. Meet you maiden together and enabled the formation of a meet. Continue to bring celestial pixies and sprites together. Each maiden created gives the following rewards. Reward. You gain 100 XP per maiden created. Reward. The leader of the group that brings a sprite safely to the quickening to form the maiden gains 250 XP for each instance. Reward. The supporting group members that bring a sprite safely to the quickening to form the maiden gain 100 XP for each instance. Richter checked and saw that he had indeed just gained 219 XP. It wasn't a lot, but by his guess, there were about 70 more pixies. They were still waiting to bond. He didn't know why. Some of the other pixies weren't clamoring for their maybe the sprite hadn't been born yet, or maybe they were just too far away. There were still dozens of pixies waiting. This repeatable quest could be exactly what was needed to level his strike teams. He wanted to speak with Allura more and ask questions about her abilities and her people, but the long day of battles and stress it was probably his imagination, but he thought he saw a blinking battery in the corner of his vision that didn't have any bars in it. Richter walked up to the trunk of the quickening and sat down with his back against it. Alma flew down to rest in his lap. In a few moments, the lord of the Mist Village was sound asleep, while glowing pixies pranced above his head. Chapter 31. Day 1. 13. Cuban. The next few days fell into a routine. Periodically, one of the pixie children would get agitated and say that they felt their meat close by. Then either Richter would form his war party or another strike team would venture out to find the sprite. There were occasionally monster attacks and minor to moderate injuries, but nothing that the village healers couldn't handle. Without Sumiko, several guards were forced to rest in bed for days, but thankfully no one died. More and more maidens appeared around the quickening until the area looked like a tiny silver egg forest. For some reason, no one else that Richter shared that observation thought it was as clever as he did. That wasn't to say that his people weren't friendly. He actually noticed that since the birth of the pixies and the resultant relationship boost, with everyone there, his people smiled at him, even more than usual. Men were quicker to salute, and the women were more free with their smiles. In a few cases, it was clear that they would have been free with a good deal more if Richter were interested. In general, his people just seemed happy and productive. It gave Richter a warm feeling as he patrolled every day and led more sprites to their pixie counterparts. Many of the sprites that arrived were of the forest subtype. One added perk was that many of them brought saplings or plants with them as gifts for their pixies. Many of the trees and herbs were rare. As such, they would hand over the trees before entering the Union. Richter had each planted somewhere along the empty eastern edge of the village. The chaos seed wasn't sure how the trees were going to help yet, but he was sure they would. Even more importantly, it let him finish a quest and get another. Congratulations. You have finished a quest. If it grows from the ground. 2. You have brought 5 rare herb to Isabella. Still water, shiverleaf frond, hellfire, shrub. As this was a Villator supplied quest, it will aid in the progression of your administration. Skill, reward, 1,563 experience. Reward, +5, village-wide loyalty, +10 loyalty for anyone with the herb. Law or alchemy skills. Outside of retrieving the pixies, as they entered the mists, started following a pattern. His sustenance belt let him make do with only 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night. When he woke each morning, he would immediately start performing mental exercises with Alma. For 2-3 hours, the advanced Cybon let him progress quickly, and after 4 days, he increased his rank in self-awareness from novice to initiate. Congratulations, you have advanced from novice to initiate in self-awareness. Control within will be mirrored by control without, 20% less likely to betray nonverbal cues to others. This is cumulative with further ranks. You have received 1,250 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill self-awareness. They also worked on his mental barriers, which was, unfortunately, a slower process, but still beneficial. After meditating with her, would go to the forge and start creating daggers. Again and again. Forged iron daggers, melted them down, created ingots, and then forged daggers. His skill level increased to level 6. Over the next few days, the time spent in the forge was more meaningful in that he was able to gain a new enchantment. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 6 in smithing. 1% damage or defense, 1% durability. Congratulations. You have learned the enchantment, life, damage, life, magic damage will be done to the enemy struck. A secondary enchantment makes healing spells and potions more effective on the wielder of the weapon. After that, Richter immediately began forging life daggers for all of his guards. All of his efforts only increased his movement to the next level of enchanting by 2%, but this was not a surprise. While his 100% affinity let him ghost through skill levels 1 through 10. Progression slowed substantially as he progressed to level 20 in some of his skills. He assumed that advancement would continue to be exponentially more difficult as he got into the higher levels. With his enchantment skill at level 48, he complained about it to Chrome, and the smith said he didn't know about enchanting, but for his own smithing skill, he had to try new and harder projects to see a real boost to his progression. Richter nodded. The dwarf's reasoning made sense. It wasn't helpful seeing as how he only knew a few enchantments, but it was always better to know. It also did not bother him overly much, and he just focused on practicing his profession, just like with Freeze. The cost of the life enchantment was 1.5 N. Luckily, there were no shortage of soul stones. The hunters continued to bring the stones in, but the main source was his own. Little Predator. The village weavers had made a sack that was specially created for Oma to carry. It had a metal hook that allowed her to hang it securely from the branches of a high tree. Every night, Richter would fill the sack with empty soul stones. After the two of them were done with their mental training, and he went to the forge, Alma would take the bag and go hunting. Though she only captured common souls, or below, it made a difference. Also, not only did she often come back with 5 to 10 soul stones by lunch, but she was also making good use of her special attack, Brain Drain, because of her efforts. The experience he had spent on talent points was slowly, but steadily, replenished. After leaving the forge, he would head up to the meadow and do a quick lap. He would first stop at the cauldron and get some face time. Tabia and the other alchemists. Richter considered starting to train his alchemy skill, but he figured it wasn't the best use of his time. Next, would make his way over to the Scath Clutch. After ensuring the eggs were healthy, he would finish his time in the meadow checking on the pixies. After he had left the meadow, he would go the feast area. The tables had been brought back down from the quickening following the pixies' birth. Richter hadn't even needed to ask. Randolphus had simply organized a group of mist workers to carry the tables back down to the village. Some of the villagers had protested that they could no longer go into the meadow regularly, but Randolphus had squashed their complaints. He stated that entrance to the meadow was a special privilege, and only those who had sworn fealty would even be considered. This was further emphasized. The thick walls of marbled quartz that Roswin had started building at the top and bottom of the hill leading up to the meadow, rather than angering the villagers though, Several bent the knee over the next few days. Each day after lunch, Richter would go hunting with his war party. One non-combatant was taken out with a hunting party each day, and 20% of the earned experience went their way. Richter always made sure to have a completely separate strike squad of 5 guards there to trail the main war, party, and keep the non-combatants safe. The daily fighting not only let him train his war leader skill, but it also let him get to know his guards better. The war party was truly large, now that Terod could command his own troops. It wasn't only the increased size of the party that made it more formidable than before. The scout, tank, and healer ability were just as amazing as he had thought they would be. A hunter normally took the position of scout. One of the guards served as tank, and Richter was sure include at least 2 life magi in each party, official position of healer. The hunter and Richter led the war party and made use of their ability to highlight enemies in red. The job was amazingly easy, as armor helped to guide them. She normally had found a potential threat from her earlier hunts and pointed them in the right direction. With Richter's tracking skill, finding dangerous beast or packs of monsters was almost too easy. Once Richter and the scout found their quarry, they would both let loose one arrow and then draw their prey back to the tank. After that, whatever they were hunting came to a swift end. Delivered the coup de grace. The flow of dead animals and monsters ensured that his people had more than enough food, and the stack of tradable skins grew larger every day. Tabia also benefited from the continual flow of potion components. As often as not, curses could be heard coming from the dragon's cauldron, usually accompanied by smoke of various colors. Not all of her attempts at new potions worked out well, but since the building was still standing, Richter didn't interfere. The forays of the war party served one more purpose. Richter was also able to explore notable locations on his map and explore his realm. The next 2 interesting locations were thankfully not nearly as dangerous. As it became a knight's dungeon, but they still let him finish his 3rd villager spawned quest. The 2nd location was a cave. It reached deep into a hill, and on the far back wall was a pictographic history. Many of the images were faded, but Richter was able to make out, or a devil. He wasn't able to be sure, but what was clear was that this had been a place of sacrifice. The walls showed humans, elves, goblins, and what he assumed were orc having their hearts removed and then thrown down a hole. At the back of the cave was the pit that the pictures had shown. It was only a rough-hewn opening in the floor, but had been greeted with a prompt. "You have found ancient dungeon." After he had seen that the pit was an entrance to a dungeon more than 10,000 years old, almost as if to speed him on his journey, a gust of wind rose out of the hole and washed over the war party. It stank of fetid rot and decomposing flesh. Everyone in the cave had run out of it and breathed sighs of relief. When they once again could feel the sun on their faces, Richter still shuddered. When he thought about it, there hadn't been any overt physical danger, but he knew in his heart that there was something sinister down that hole. He had almost been reluctant to finish the quest after that, but he still powered through. Thankfully, the third, interesting location was relatively benign. His map had led him to the foothills, to the north of the village. After climbing a narrow and winding trail, he had found himself in a small clearing. What he found was a miniature Stonehenge. Each of the upright rocks had a symbol carved into them. Weather had worn almost all details away. Luckily, one of the wood elves in his party knew of the importance of such sites. She said that it was thought stone circles like this could lead to the world of the Fae. The elf had scoffed right after she had said it, stating it was a tale grandmothers told children and nothing more. Richter wasn't so sure, though. Right after the elf guard had finished speaking, he had received a prompt letting him know his quest had been completed. Congratulations. You have completed a quest. Know your backyard. You have examined and discovered the importance of 3 locations of interesting rank or higher. You are 1 step closer. You are 1 step closer. Your domain. Reward 4,688 experience. Reward plus 0.04% chance of locations within your domain rank or higher becoming a labyrinth. The experience wasn't that much, but that wasn't really the point. He had finished 3 out of 4 of the quests needed to level his village. Richter had been worried that he would need to unlock all of his powers for the settlement to reach level 2. He wasn't sure what level of monsters would appear, but he knew his people weren't ready to deal with it. Fact that other quests would be spawned by the village was a game changer. Even more exciting was the second reward. Richter initially had no idea what a labyrinth was, but once he spoke to Tareed, needed one. According to the captain, notable locations often attracted monsters and beasts. That was how dungeons were created. In very rare instances, the energy of the monsters could infuse the locations with their magic and souls. From that point on, the dungeons were known as a labyrinth, and the monsters would continually be reborn. Tareed said that, while this might sound horrible, the monsters would start dropping coins and items occasionally when slain, so labyrinths were coveted locations. Richter's face almost split in half by the time his companion had finished speaking. He did have one question, though. Is there usually a really difficult monster to beat at the end of the labyrinth? Tareed nodded. So you've heard of these special dungeons? Before, my lord. Richter nodded with extreme satisfaction. All that was going through his mind was, oh baby, Even though the chance to obtain such a dungeon was slim, it was still exciting. In the meantime, though he focused on what he could do, another benefit from his daily excursions was that he was able to discover various plants that were scarce or even more rare. The first day, for instance, Richter was finally able to retrieve the shiverly frond that was on the edge of his domain. It had been difficult because it was at the bottom of a submerged cave. He had had to use his fish ring to get to the bottom of the subterranean lake, and it was populated by a type of large eel. The creatures were weak, though, and after he killed one with a dagger strike, the fellows occupied themselves with eating the corpse. Richter had to search for a while, but he finally found fronds hidden under a rocky overhang 30 feet underwater. Once Richter saw them, it became clear how the rare plants had earned their name. The green fronds vibrated slightly, creating small, bubbly disturbances. He harvested more than 20 of the plants along with handfuls of the muck they had been growing in, leaving 8 behind. The plan was to plant some of them, the dragon's cauldron, but in case they did not grow there, Richter wanted to allow this patch of plants to regrow. The war party was normally out for 2 to 3 hours, though the first day required the entire afternoon. He ended each hunting trip by re-establishing his control over his tamed adder. He made sure his entire war party was present for 2 reasons. 1, to kill the snake in case it broke free of his control, and 2, to restrain him if the blood magic made him a danger again. Luckily, his improvement in self-awareness paid huge dividends in his use of blood magic. Richter actively linked to Alma each time that he cast Tame, and though he felt the bestial side of himself rise up, he was able to keep it under control. Richter felt a swell of pride at his new magical proficiency. It was true that he was only casting the weakest of deep magic spells, but it was a start. After his war party was safely back behind the walls, Richter finally tried his hand at working with the builders. Roswan had spoken to him. With his customary real men of Callus's attitude when Richter had first walked up, but the builders still welcomed another able body to work beside him. The Chaos Seed quickly gained the construction skill. He also gained a sub-skill in masonry when he worked with stone, and a sub-skill, carpentry, from helping to lay a wooden floor. After 4 days, he had leveled all 3 several times. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in construction. 2% to building speed. 1% durability of the finished building. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 3 in masonry. 2% to durability when building with stone. 2% longevity of finished buildings. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 4 in carpentry. 1% durability when building with wood. 1% weather protection for finished buildings. Even Roswin seemed impressed at the quickness that Richa was picking up the good building practices. When the elf heard about masonry and carpentry sub-skills, he let loose his most expressive G, R, 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 MMM yet. Richter almost blushed. Once Richter gained his construction skill, he was able to add more unskilled workers under him, which made the building pace increase. The increase in the mist workers he could summon was also good for productivity. For instance, 10 to 20 were dedicated to pulverizing simple stone into gravel each day and making rudimentary roads between the buildings and up to the village gate. Even that simple change made it a good deal easier to move around. 3 other factors made a bigger difference, however. The increase in village loyalty increased productivity by 20%. The increased morale upped production speed by 10%, and his own modest skill in administration further increased productivity. The boosts in productivity, coupled with the mist workers, nearly doubled the work that could be done every day. Piles of wood and harvested stone grew, waiting to be used. With the excess resources came renewed complaints about needing a storage shed. Was a good problem to have. Richter also received another subskill while working with his people. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 5 and led from the front. Plus 1% productivity for projects you ordered that you help with yourself. This is a subskill of administration. Each day he worked with the builders until it was time for dinner. The number of mist lights multiplied them whenever they could. The mile of cleared land around village wall was soon festooned with the glowing grey orbs. His people could now see easily, day or night. Key areas within the walls also had lights hung regularly at about 15 feet above the ground. Richter planned to have the rest of the village lit as soon as possible. After sharing a small meal with his people, Richter went to the eastern edge of the village alone. Alma normally perched somewhere nearby. Some of the villagers started coming to watch what their lord did. Each night, enjoying the show from a safe distance. Richter had decided to do something he had put off for too long. It was time to grind. The Chaos Seed faced off against a small boulder each night and started casting. He would go through his spells one by one, chaining them together without pause. Weak flame, weak ice dagger, weak acid sphere, weak lightning bolt, weak life bolt, and weak dark bolt. Richter pushed himself to go as fast as possible until his mana ran out. He intentionally pushed until the blue bar in the corner of his vision almost completely depleted. Then he would wait until it refilled completely before starting again. He didn't gain any bonus characteristic points, but his ability to deal with the pain of mana depletion improved. For at least an hour each night, he focused solely upon his fire. Magic. His book of weak fireball was calling his name, but he couldn't learn the spell until he reached skilled level 12. Richter kept at it each night, and his magic skills slowly improved. It was frustrating how much slower his skills progressed outside of combat, but there was no denying that fighting a boulder was infinitely safer than battling monsters. After 2 to 3 hours, Richter would call it a night. His villagers would clap and then retreat to bed. Once the show was over, the Chaos Seed then walked into the catacombs with one of the novice mages in tow. With their help, he would then spend a few hours transcribing a new spell. Over the first few days, he was able to make several books. Congratulations! You have created a spell book. Book of Viro's Blessing. Durability 11/11. Item class Common. Quality Well crafted. Weight 0.4 kilogram. Casting this spell will increase the yield and potency of a 20 by 20 yard area of plants by 5%. Successive casts of this spell create a cumulative effect for a max of 100%. This spell can be cast once per day. This is a Spell of Life, Level 1. Congratulations! You have created a spell book. Book of Weak Air Push. Durability 13/13. Item class Common. Quality Well crafted. Weight 0.4 kilograms. This spell creates a column of air 10 feet in front of you. Diameter. Does no real damage, but will knock enemies back and possibly prone. This is a spell of air magic. Level 1. Congratulations! You have created a spell book. Book of Weak Life. Beacon. Durability 11/11. Item class Common. Quality Well crafted. Weight 0.4 kilograms. This spell shoots a golden flare high into the air. Any creatures with a relationship to you, friendly and above, within 1 mile, will be compelled to come to your aid. This is a Spell of Life. Level 1. Richter learned each of the spells, as well as soon, his magi who had sworn fealty and had the required affinity learned spells from him as well. After scribing each night, he would retire to his bedchamber. His final task of the day was spending a hem time with one of the twins, or Lorala, and on one special night, admittedly, that was Richter's favorite part of the day. After the first day, Elora and the other pixies started making their way into the village. Every last man, woman, and child fell in love with beautiful flyers. The celestial children definitely had a mischievous streak, but they played tricks on each other as much as on the villagers. As far as Richter could see, no one really minded. For his own part, he quickly came to love them all as well. Many called him Uncle Victor, and happily buzzed around him as much as they could. One of their favorite games was chasing Alma and Futon, the only other two flyers in the village. The Dragonling took the attention in stride, but the remnant seemed to pulse in irritation when he was mobbed with children. At least that was the way it appeared to Richter. Richter and Elora also spent time alone, discussing various things. The conversations, unfortunately, stopped after one day. Topics they covered was about the Pixie Queen's status page. First, they spoke of the adjustments to her characteristics. It turned out that there was indeed a significant alteration in her numbers, in light of her size. 13 inches, she was considered tiny. Tiny creatures normally had a 50 to 60% reduction to strength, a 20 to 30% increase to dexterity, 20 to 40% reduction in constitution, and a 10 to 20% reduction. Racial differences could make even more profound impacts on character stats, but it explained why her numbers were so skewed. She told him that was one of the reasons that she was having such a hard time distributing her characteristic points. Through their talks, she also explained her abilities. Celestial Pixie. Song was the racial ability pixies had to evoke strong emotions, summon images with their music. The ability could be evoked at any time, but special songs could only occur at certain times. The song of joy and remembrance, for instance, could only happen at royal pixie births. Elora admitted to never having known the song to give such powerful and lifelong buffs. She could only think that it must have been the combination of her race evolving to be celestial, and also most likely because it was the first birth scene in the land for centuries. Elora said she doubted that any future songs of joy and remembrance would have such an effect. She also described the ability tree communion. It was fairly self-explanatory, but there were facets that Richter hadn't been aware of. Each female pixie could bond to a tree, and that allowed the pixie race to continue its life cycle. Female pixies could bond to a tree once per year, and 2 children would result from that union. Royal pixie queens were different in that they could produce offspring twice per year, and 100 young would be produced. Richter also learned that bonding to the tree meant that a pixie could not travel beyond a certain distance from the tree they were linked to. Doing so would cause the pixie to weaken, risked damage to the tree as well. This distance increased as the bond deepened and the pixie leveled disappeared. Elora didn't seem distressed by this, however, and in fact, Richter, that there were boons to the communion, such as increased mana, regeneration, the ability Fate's companion dealt with the creation of a maiden. As Richter had already seen, some pixies and sprites were predestined bond. Elora said she had never witnessed a bonding before, been taught about them by her mother. The stories she had been told, that both the pixie Mitumadan and the sprite Mitumadan were changed by the union. It made Richter wonder if his friend would be different. When he emerged from the silver shell, The last ability, Force Blast, was used for offense in battle. The pixies could apparently focus their mana and fire it in a concentrated blast. That was what he had read about when he analyzed the various types of sprites. Something that was shocking was that Elora could access the extra effects of all 4 of her offspring. Her Force Blast ability let her use dark, air, life, or water effects. She told Richter that all pixies had always had the capability to weaponize their mana, but that the extra effects had only existed since she had bonded to the quickening. Richter found it very interesting that Elora's blast ability, more evolved than that of her children, her dark blast not only blinded, but also disoriented enemies. The water attacks slowed, but could also freeze. The airstrike could stun and also be used continuously, not allowing enemies to recover. Elora finally said that, after comparing her healing ability to some of her children's, hers appeared stronger. The change might have been because she was royal, but he hoped it was just because she was of a higher level and that her children could have stronger offensive abilities as well. The next thing she explained was her skills. Elora revealed that only royal pixies could cast spells. Despite her royal blood, though Elora said she had never had a high enough affinity to cast spells before. Being level 1 in 4 of the basic elements had been a surprise to her. She told Richter that her herb lore skill had been earned through dedication. However, for years she had followed her mother while they struggled, stay ahead of the plague that had ravaged her people, and every day had still been spent in service of nature. Her resistances, she could only assume, were part of her new celestial nature, as she had had no resistances prior to bonding to the quickening. Richter had a crisis of conscience when he finished getting all of this information. She was a journeyman in herb lore and was also above level 10. That meant one vitally important thing. The decision of convincing her to test for a profession was made even more attractive by the fact that she still hadn't allocated her characteristic points. If the same rules applied as when he had gone for his own trial, would get 9 levels worth of talent points. On the other hand, Elora was a new mother. Wouldn't it be wrong to send her to get her profession? Especially as Nexus seemed to grab people as soon as they so much as thought about going for their trial. Ultimately, he just couldn't help himself. Do you plan to go for your profession soon? It is interesting, you would ask. My lord, Elora said. I have been considering that very thing. Richter looked around quickly, but no giant hand appeared. He whipped his head back and forth like a crazy person, until Elora asked. Something was wrong. Befuddled, Richter said no. Then a sound like a trumpet rung out. A small black disc appeared in the air, rather than grabbing her. However, a black plank extended out from the portal towards her. Right after that, a bundle of red carpet unrolled. Her feet. A moment later, out walked Nexus, dressed in a formal black doublet with gold buttons. It was strange seeing the giant shrunk down, too. Only a foot in height, but it was definitely him. He stopped at the end of the platform, only inches away from Elora, who was looking at him in alarm and surprise. "Oh, fairest queen, I, a humble auditor, do offer your august presence the opportunity of trial. You have progressed in your skills and level and deserve the opportunity to reach your potential, though you will need to be apart from your loved ones for a short time. Afterwards you will be better able to provide for them in perpetuity. Celestial tree, the choice, of course, is yours, my lady, but I offer my humble services in this endeavor." The cosmic figure dipped into an elaborate bow. Nexus's polite speech accomplished two things. Elora was put at ease and began to smile. Richter grew suspicious and began to scowl. "Can I go speak to my children first?" the pixie asked. Nexus, "Of course. This is your right and responsibility, your ladyship. If I may suggest, have them check in with Lord Richter regularly. I am sure, will safeguard their continued health. Would you watch them?" "My lord?" Elora asked. She clearly wanted to gain her profession, but was concerned for her children. Her soulful eyes pulled at his heartstrings. That was how Richter became the nursemaid for nearly 100 children, all at once. Elora flew up into the limbs of the tree once he said yes. "What are you up to, arsehole?" Richter asked the ebon-skinned man. "Whatever do you mean, Lord Richter?" Nexus asked benevolently. "You know what I mean?" Nexus smiled evilly. "What I know is that I am only here. Events you set in motion. Let's stop talking about it, though. It's babysitting time for you." Elora flew back, with all of her children in tow. Hearing almost 100 flying children shout Uncle Victor, they vied for his attention, was suddenly less cute than when he had heard before. Elora thanked him again and, without further ado, flew through the black portal. Nexus walked after her, but turned back at the end and looked at Richter. The Chaos Seed was already getting stressed at trying to wrangle flying children that had super speed. They made eye contact to Nexus, smirked. "By douchebag" was the last thing the man said, before going through the portal himself. The disc popped out of existence. Richter ground his teeth and thought about how much he hated that guy. Chapter 32, Day 117. Several other important events happened over the days after he escorted Mosier to the village. The first of which was Tabia completing the quest, Prove Your Worth. Your quest, Prove Your Worth, has been completed. Tabia has created a noteworthy potion for you. Bayan has forfeited the contest, as he has not created a potion. Tabia has won the right to be placed in charge of the Dragon's Cauldron, second only to yourself and Sion. Will you keep your word and give her this honor? Yes or no? Richter didn't hesitate to select yes. Not only had he intended to honor the terms of his agreement anyway, but when he made the quest, prompt had been clear of dire consequences if he didn't. Also, the fact of the matter was, he needed someone to run the cauldron, be focusing more and more on his magic. Richter placed his hand on the central cauldron and gave her access secondary only to Sion and himself. She beamed and looked around at her new domain, while he examined the kick-ass potion she had made. You have found Potion of Gaseous Form. Potion class, unusual. Potion. Level, elixir. Strength, processed. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Swallowing this potion will change your body into a semi-gaseous form for 1 hour. 35% less damage received from physical attacks. The imbiber will be seen to flow across the ground. While this does not cause true flying or levitation, rate of falling will be decreased by 35%. X 37. She had outdone herself. Richter's comment that he hoped potion didn't make him gassy was met with a flat stare from the alchemist. But he let her inability to recognize great comedy go. These things would come in handy. She had also used the cauldron's special ability to make more copies of the original potion. Tabia apologized that she had run out of ingredients before she could get the max of 40 potions, but he waved her apology away. Richter had been happy with what Sion could do with the mana and health potions, but the Chaos Seed cauldron now, it had taken a week of painstaking work to make the 4 doses of the gaseous potion that her journeyman rank in alchemy allowed. The fact that she could make dozens more in the blink of an eye, 100% success rate no less, was astounding. As happy as Tabia was to have one, the dark-skinned elf was silently gnashing her teeth at hearing how Bayon hadn't even tried to win, especially since she had been busting her hump for the last week. Richter had a feeling that the gnome's little prank might backfire when he had to work under her. The brown-skinned elf kept her composure in front of her. New Lord, though, both she and her wife had bent the knee several days. Prior to Sumiko forming the maiden, and the sprite had said they were both operating in the village with true intentions. The elf's eyes lit up when she saw the shiver-leaf fronds. She made a big deal about the size of the plants and said she could make 6 potions out of each. This was good because the only recipe they knew for the luck potions was at an elixir level, meaning there was a high risk of failure. From what Richter had been told, a journeyman in alchemy, only a 50% chance to successfully make an elixir. The cauldron increased, that by 10%, but it still meant that she might go through 2 or even 3 measures of the plant before the potion was created. It also meant, though, that if it was successfully made, 1 plant would be enough. But doses. Doses that were allowed at her skill rank. Unfortunately, she told him, that the recipe would take at least 5 days of work to finish. She asked if she could bring other villagers with the alchemy skill to help. He just smiled and told her that she was in charge now. The elf smiled back as she realized the truth of what he had just said. She was running her own lab. Richter left, her with a massive smile on her face. Isabel greeted him with her customary hug and warm smile. The happy elf exclaimed in delight when he showed her the chivalry fronds. The fledgling life mage hustled him down the stairs of the herb shed, into the basement. Isabel grabbed a mist light that was hovering outside of the door to light their way. Richter was happy to see his people making good use of the mobile, glowing globes. The gardener wasted no time, walking to the back of the room, stopping in front of the pool. She told him that she had already had mist workers line the bottom of the pond, warning him to stay clear of the back of the pool. She had planted seeds for the still water lantern. She took each of the fronds that Richter had collected and harvested seed pods from their bases. He was pleased that the entire plant wasn't required to grow more, but was less. Pleased by what she said next. I believe the deeper you plant these, the better. Me, plant them? Richter asked. If you would rather I do it, that is fine. Isabel responded slowly, reaching up to unfasten the clasp on her shirt. Bah, bah, bah. I'll do it, Richter grumbled. I brought muck from the cave I found it in. Should I add that to the dirt at the bottom? That is a wonderful idea, Isabel said brightly. Richter removed his armor again and placed it in his bag. Cast a suspicious eye at Isabel, fairly certain he had just been manipulated into getting wet. Thinking back to the earlier years of his life was just karma. Richter removed all of the muck from his bag, mixing it with the dirt Isabel had put at the bottom of the pond, and buried the seed. Swimming back up, he saw Isabel holding the rest of the fronds. I will take these to Tabia. I assume that she is now running the cauldron. Richter nodded and laughed. So you knew that Bayon would have to forfeit because of his trial? Isabel sniffed. No. I just assumed that a woman of Tabia's quality would naturally triumph over any man. Then she gave him a bright smile and swept out of the room. Looking after her in bemusement, he called after her, "Get a towel." There was no response. Chapter 33, Day 119. Cuba 9, 15,368. Richter continued his daily schedule. His power continued to grow, and he was able to first write and then learn 2 more spells. Congratulations! You have created a spell book, Book of Gentle Rain. Durability 11/11. Item class, Common. Quality, Above average. Weight, 0.3 kilograms. This spell summons a small rainstorm. It can be cast inside. This is a spell of air. Level 1. Congratulations, You have created a spellbook. Disease. Durability 11/11. Item class. Common. Quality. Well crafted. Weight. 0.3 kilograms. This spell will cure most common diseases. This is a spell of life. Level 1. A wonderful surprise came when Richter realized that creating the spellbooks not only leveled his scribing skill, which had reached level 5 already, but it also leveled the spell skill he was writing about. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 9 in life. Magic. New spells are now available. Richter made sure to teach the new spells to any of his people that could learn them. The capitalist side of him wanted to start charging for the magic, but the pragmatic side of him knew that having more people who could water the crops or having more people who could prevent disease was a positive thing. He received sporadic updates that his relationship certain villagers had increased, but his decision was further justified. Had taught the cure disease spell to all 32 of his life magi. 5% of your population has the ability to halt common diseases before they spread. +1 to village health. It wasn't a huge boost, but Richter would take it. After all, there were all those sayings like mighty oaks from little acorns do grow. That other one about the motion of the ocean. The Chaos Seed also stole extra time here and there to go see the scath eggs. Each day, the sense of life he felt from them increased. The twins told him that spending time with the eggs would increase his animal husbandry skill and the exotic beasts sub-skill. He didn't know if he simply didn't allocate enough time, but the skills stayed at level 1. One day at lunch, though, Dara came running up and excitedly said, "Time." Richter dropped the piece of meat he'd been gnawing on and started running towards the meadow when he saw that the sexy but low agility woman couldn't keep up. He picked her up in a cradle and kept running. Even his battle-hardened body had a hard time sprinting for miles while carrying someone else. But he kept at it. His green stamina bar was close to empty when he got to the lake on the western side of the north meadow. But what was important was that he got there in time. The Chaos Seed put Dara down and looked at the steel enclosure that now encircled the baby's scath nest. He thought back to a few days ago, when he had stood here with Roswan. It hadn't taken Crom long to make the simple steel fence, but the builder was needed to properly install it. When Richter had shown the taciturn elf the scath nest, though, made his customary noise, but somehow had also added a yum. Grurum, Roswan had said, while staring at the nest. Big eggs. The elf's eyes had widened slightly. Moustache was crinkling with a faint, half-hidden smile. Back away from the eggs. Richter had shouted. He was convinced that if a pig had wandered by at that moment, have pulled a skillet from his back pocket and started to make a fire. As it was, the twins had picked up on the vibe and physically positioned themselves between the eggs and Roswan, until he and his fellow builders had buried the fence into the ground. Afterwards, Richter gave discreet instructions to the guards to stay close to the nest, near it under any circumstances. Despite his weirdo builder's egg fetish, both he and Chrome had done good work. The enclosure was round and 20 yards in diameter. Half of the fence extended out into the water and was much longer in height. The land half, so that it could sink 5 feet into the lake bottom, while still being 5 feet above the surface of the water. The land side of the fence was also sunk 5 feet into the earth and still extended up 5 feet above. The ground, Richter figured it should be more than enough to keep the squat. Babies inside of their pen. A latched gate hung open on the ground side. Richter and Dira ran through to see Durin hovering nearby, the largest egg. He had wiped away the mud that was usually there to incubate the eggs. Several of them were vibrating, but none as much as the first. Darren looked up and said, "Quickly, my lord."